Chapter 49:02. Can he continue to create miracles? Almost everyone stood up. Billions of people in the eternal sea were looking at the sky above the eternal palace. The terrifying heavenly punishment was about to descend. They were shocked, they were confused, and some were even looking forward to it. After all, there had never been anyone in history who could withstand the wrath of the law. They really hoped that this person would be born in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. As for Ling Xiao, he had already created a new record. Would he continue to break his own record? I'm sorry, this is the only way. In the face of that terrifying lightning beam, Lin Fan was stunned. Ling Xiao activated the invincible ape god array. At the same time, he sent out a ghoul. His ghoul was already at the 4th level of the divine body realm. It shouldn't be a problem to weaken the heavenly punishment for him. There was no suspense. The ghoul was blasted into pieces, but it blocked almost half of the punishment's power. Then, the power landed on the invincible abyss array and was weakened by 70%. When it hit Ling Xiao, it wasn't that exaggerated anymore. Ling Xiao desperately devoured the power of the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend incantation in the air. He strengthened his body, expanded his potential cells, and continued to integrate the ox god's blood. The 2nd one, the 3rd one, all the way until the 6th one. Ling Xiao used the same method all the time. Finally, he survived, and the integration of the ox god's blood had increased to 90%. His body's strength had reached the peak of the Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns, and it might even become stronger again. Although the heavenly punishment was getting stronger, but at the same time, Ling Xiao's strength also became stronger and stronger. Therefore, he was sure that not only would he not be destroyed by the wrath of the law, on the contrary, the wrath of the law would make him stronger. With the help of the 6 4th level divine body realm ghouls, he withstood the first 6 heavenly punishment. This time, no one said anything. Yu Fenghua's side had more confidence in him. On the other hand, the Eternal Emperor's side frowned. They didn't dare to believe that it was real, but it was the truth, and they had to believe it. They could only continue to watch. For the next heavenly punishment, Ling Xiao was going all out. He had used the monarch weapon with 9 dragon patterns on his body to avoid disaster. These Dharma treasures were incomparably precious, but as long as he could help him survive the wrath of the natural laws. The loss was definitely worth it. Once he became the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds and defeated the lotus flower, would he have to worry about not having enough monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns? The 7th punishment was the 34th punishment. He had used up 27 monarch armaments with 9 dragon patterns. He only had the soul summoning sword and the golden scepter left out of the 9 dragon inscriptions monarch weapons. The rest had all been used up. However, there were still 2 terrifying heavenly dipper punishments left. At this moment, the blood of the ox god had completely fused with his body. At this moment, he had completely become the beast god of the black tortoise continent. He was no longer a beast god martial artist who used the beast god martial spirit, but a real beast god, facing the 34th heavenly dipper punishment. Ling Xiao took out 24 primordial blood jade talismans in one go. It formed a powerful defense. This punishment directly destroyed the invincible ape deity formation. The defense formed by the 24 primordial blood jade talismans was also destroyed. However, the 2 consecutive layers of defense successfully offset most of the power. Ling Xiao was still safe and sound. Of course, this was also related to Ling Xiao's physical body, becoming the beast god body. After all, he had become stronger. After this heavenly dipper punishments was absorbed, the results were also shocking. The incomplete blood of the ox god had also awakened. The blood of the ox god had fused with Ling Xiao's heart, making his heart incomparably tough. In the future, even if someone wanted to destroy his heart and kill him, it would be impossible. What Ling Xiao did not expect was that the heart of gold that had fused with his heart actually had the last bit of the ox god's blood remaining. This allowed him to not only strengthen his physical body, but also his heart. He also obtained the second form of the beast god body, the ox god body. The ox god body's appearance now looked like the hell undying bird. This was because the beast soul that Ling Xiao had fused with this deity position was the hell undying bird beast soul. Similarly, the ox god body's appearance was also the blood lightning ox demon. It was a pity that it was too difficult to awaken the blood of the ox god. Otherwise, it would be a triple beast god body. The ox god body strengthened the physical body. The ox god body strengthened the heart. And since the ox god body was the king of beast gods, it was most suitable to strengthen the soul. After all, the most important thing for a martial artist was the soul. When the soul became stronger, one could truly achieve immortality. Finally, Ling Xiao was about to face the last of the 36 heavenly dipper punishments. It was not difficult to see from the previous earth fiend punishment. This last punishment would definitely be the most terrifying one. However, to Ling Xiao, this was no longer a problem. He had saved the most precious stunt for last. Therefore, he did not plan to block it and let the punishment land on his body completely. This way, he could completely absorb the wrath of the law this time. Finally, the most terrifying punishment revealed its terrifying Dharma idol. It was actually a punishment in human form. It was clad in golden armor. It was an attack of 108 different attributes. It condensed on the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand. People could not see Ling Xiao, but they could see this terrifying godlike punishment. It was at least 10,000 feet tall. Its huge body had already caused the light of the sun to fade. The terrifying energy on the weapon. Even the eternal emperors were trembling in fear. This is the last punishment. Could it be that Ling Xiao is really able to survive the 108 wrath of the laws of nature? This is too ridiculous. The eternal emperor felt that his jaw was about to go numb. Today, he had opened his mouth too many times because of the shock. Is it life or death? It's only going to happen this time. Wang Quanjian also felt that his mouth was dry. Although he wanted to say that Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to survive such a powerful wrath of the law. But the previous prophecies had been slapped in the face time and time again, so he really did not dare to speak carelessly. I have a feeling that something incredible is about to appear. Lung Feng trembled all over. Even when facing the Eternal Emperor, he was not as scared as he was today. Boom! At this moment, the golden-armored god attacked Ling Xiao. He was the last punishment. If Ling Xiao couldn't defeat him, then everything he had done before would have been for nothing. It would become meaningless. The sound of a violent collision exploded in the sky. A terrifying force descended from the sky. No one was prepared. They were pressed to the ground by this force. Most of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, the weak ones were further away. Otherwise, they would probably die directly. After all, even the Eternal Emperor and Supreme Emperor White Knight were seriously injured. Chapter 4903. In the sky, the golden armored deity continued to attack, wanting to destroy Ling Xiao. On the ground, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared. They came at the right time, just when the terrifying wrath of the laws severely injured many martial artists. The leader was actually the former Nether Demon Master. Behind him stood 6 tall and mighty monsters. These monsters had wings on their backs and looked extremely ugly, but they were terrifyingly strong. Each of them had a cultivation equivalent to a 5th-level divine body echelon expert. The Nether Demon Master was even more terrifying. At this moment, his appearance was very different from before. He looked like a real devil. His height had grown to 3 meters. Under the pitch-black cloak was a body full of deterrents. Black flames continued to burn in his eyes. One could be sure that other than his soul, this guy no longer belonged to him. His strength was only slightly weaker than the Eternal Arch before he was injured. He had already reached the terrifying late-stage 6th level divine body echelon. This was a huge improvement. Let me introduce myself. I am the new king of hell under Lotus Flower, the Nether King of Hell. Yes, the Nether Demon Master that, you know. The Nether Demon Master looked at the crowd and smiled coldly. Don't worry, I am not here to kill. I am here to invite you to join our undead army. Oh yes, for this, I have brought a generous gift. Put it on the ground. The Nether King of Hell waved at the monsters behind him. Those monsters threw some things that looked like demon beast cores on the ground. There were more than 10,000 of them. After eating this, you will become our compatriots, and your combat power will skyrocket. I am an example of this. The Nether King of Hell smiled and said, Now, who is willing to give it a try? Everyone looked at each other and hesitated. Humph! Who do you think you are to behave so atrociously in the territory of the Eternal Palace? Yu Qiushui snorted coldly and flew toward the Nether King of Hell. However, in the next moment, something that left everyone flabbergasted occurred. The Nether King of Hell used only one palm to end the battle. Yu Qiushui was severely injured and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked by this. In the past, the Nether Demon Master was only at the same level as Yu Qiushui. But today, he could cripple Yu Qiushui with a single move. Many people were tempted by this terrifying improvement. So what if he turned into a monster? As long as he could become stronger, he would be able to gain a foothold in this world. In fact, many of them wanted to rely on Lotus Flower. The problem was that they couldn't find a way to do so. Now that someone had delivered this opportunity to them, how could they not seize it? Yuehua, what are you doing? Eternal Heavenly Emperor suddenly saw his son walk over and pick up a strange crystal core. Don't worry about me. Only strength can earn me respect. I want to have the strength to kill Ling Xiao so that he won't dare to be arrogant in front of me. After Prince Yuehua finished speaking, he directly ate the strange crystal core. The next moment, he roared excitedly. Power! I can feel a powerful force bursting out from my body. Then, his appearance began to change. Its height was close to 2 meters, and a pair of blood-red wings extended from its back. His entire body seemed to be covered in blood-red scales. Although it was ugly, he could feel that his strength had undergone an extremely terrifying improvement. In an instant, he rose from the peak of the 4th level of the Divine Body Realm to the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. Even if he was given 50 or 100 years, he might not be able to achieve such a breakthrough. But today, he only needed one crystal core to do it. Ha 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 ha. Father, do you see it? Do you see it? I'm already a supreme king-level expert now. Ha ha ha. What the crystal core brought to Prince Yuehua wasn't just an improvement in cultivation, but also a terrifying physical body belonging to the undead race. Not only was its defense strong, but its recovery ability was also extremely strong. Kid, your choice is absolutely correct. This thing is called the heart of a powerhouse. Eat this, and you'll become a powerhouse. Hades looked at Prince Yuehua and smiled. Me too. I'm going all out too. With Prince Yuehua as an example, suddenly many people pounced on the heart of a powerhouse. Ignoring the dissuasion of others, they ate that thing. Then, one by one, they turned into monsters and became even stronger. Basically, all of them increased by one realm. There were even some extremely talented people who could break through 2 or even 3 realms. Of course, for now, there wasn't anyone who surpassed the peak of the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. After all, those who were devoured by the heart of a powerhouse at the beginning were the weaklings who were bullied on a daily basis. I'll have one too. Finally, among the powerhouses, there were also people who were tempted. The first one was the Inferno Star Master. The old man was already at the end of his life. He didn't care what he became. As long as he could survive, it was enough. The moment the Inferno Star Master consumed the heart of a powerhouse, his entire body turned into crimson flames. His originally old body suddenly became 100 years younger. He was like the real Inferno King, and his cultivation had actually reached the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon, surpassing the Hades Devil Master. He was even infinitely close to the Eternal Larch. You're not bad. According to the Thearcha's instructions, you'll be the Inferno King of Hell in the future. The Hades Devil Master glanced at the Inferno Star Master and smiled. Thank you, Larch. The Inferno Star Master felt great. This heart of a powerhouse had turned him into a monster, but it had obviously extended his lifespan, and he didn't lose himself. That was enough. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword of the king and Lung Feng flew up at the same time. Stop right there. What are the two of you trying to do? You're the supreme kings of the Eternal Palace. Are you going to turn into ghosts too? The Eternal Larch roared. Larch, I'm sorry. We also want to become stronger, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We don't want to miss it. The sword of the king was the first to consume the heart of a powerhouse. It had turned into a terrifying ghost monster. Its entire body was covered with sword-like barbs. It could retract and release them freely. No one could get close to it, and its cultivation had also increased to the late stage of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon, an advanced combat power. Lung Feng consumed the heart of a powerhouse almost at the same time. His transformation was even more bizarre. His body had almost turned into black smoke. His entire body could be completely hidden in the darkness. He was originally an assassin-type martial artist. This time, it had helped him even more. His cultivation had only increased to the mid-stage of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon, an intermediate combat power. But coupled with its terrifying characteristics, even a martial artist with a peak combat power would be fearful. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 hearts of a powerhouse had been consumed. And at the scene, 10,000 divine physique echelon experts had formed a ghost army. The weakest was at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon, and the strongest was at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Seeing such a scene, many people were extremely emotional. Chapter 4904. In the end, many people were defeated by their desire. They would rather become monsters in order to obtain great power. I still have the heart of an expert here. Anyone who wants to eat it can come. However, there aren't many of them. Only martial artists above the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon are qualified to eat them. Even the Hades didn't expect that so many people would be willing to become undead and give up their human identity. He only had 100 hearts of an expert left. There weren't many left. Therefore, he limited them. Even so, more than 90 of them were snatched away in an instant. There weren't many left. He looked at the Eternal Emperor and said, "If you want to become the overlord of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, you'd better eat this. Otherwise, there's no hope." "Shut up. Even if I die, I don't want to become a monster," the Eternal Emperor roared. "Hee, don't be so dead set on your words. Take this. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not." The Netherworld Yama threw a heart of the strong to the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperor didn't destroy it. Instead, he caught it in his hand. Although he didn't eat it, he kept it in his storage ring. The Hades smiled and looked at the Heaven's sacred leader. The Heaven's sacred leader made the same choice. They didn't eat it, but they kept it. Supreme Emperor Baiyi, what's your choice? Yama smiled and tossed a heart of a powerhouse to Baiyi. Baiyi didn't even blink. He blasted out a palm and shattered the heart of an expert. You'd better think carefully. Although you'll become stronger after eating this thing, you'll only be able to become stronger. However, you'll forever lose the hope of increasing your strength. Moreover, you'll be controlled by the lotus flower. Baiyi's words made many people who were eager to give it a try put down their desire to be a powerhouse. They began to think about the pros and cons. Almost all the 12 gold sage martial artists in the Heaven's sacred ground had a heart of an expert. However, none of them made it. There were many people who were hesitating. Whoever doesn't want to become an undead today, go die. Do it, newbies. The Hades sneered. He gave the order. Among the tens of thousands of new undead monsters, only Inferno Yama, King Scepter, and Cold Blade had yet to make a move. The rest had already rushed into the crowd. This included the 6 tall and mighty monsters brought by the Hades. Although they were outnumbered, they had a huge advantage in terms of strength. Unless the Eternal Emperor, Heaven's Saint Master, and Supreme Emperor White Knight made a move, the only ones who could stop them were those 5th-level divine physique echelon experts who didn't consume the heart of a powerhouse. Fortunately, there were quite a few of them. Crown Prince Yuehua charged towards the City of Gold. He was stopped by the Fire Emperor. The 6 tall monsters also arrived at the Golden City at the same time. He was stopped by the Flower King, Thunder King, Yang Shui, the leader of the Beast Gods Alliance, the Rainbow Snake King, and the Platinum Tiger King. The Heaven Holy Land did not seem to have any intention of joining the battle. The Eternal Emperor did not make a move either. Before he could confirm that Ling Xiao was dead, he would not make a move. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao first. Before that, he didn't want to waste his energy. Let's make a move too. Let's eliminate those from the Golden Heavens first. The Hades looked at the 3 people beside him and said, "Gladly." These guys really knew how to pick their opponents. Now that the Heaven Saint Master didn't make a move, it would be disadvantageous for them if they provoked them. Since the Eternal Emperor didn't intend to make a move, they wouldn't provoke them either. Moreover, the King's Power Sword and Lung Feng might not dare to make a move against the Eternal Emperor. However, it would be different if they were to deal with the Golden Heavens. The Golden Sky region could be said to be the vanguard of the resistance against Emperor Lianhua. It would be great if they could wipe them out. Leave the King's Power Sword to me. Little gold sword into the sky. I'll deal with Lung Feng. Lung Plum's figure disappeared from the spot. Inferno Yama, leave it to me. Baiyi finally made a move. Although he wasn't going to fight with his true body, he was the only one who had the ability to fight against the Inferno Yama, who was at the peak of the 6th-level divine physique echelon. In that case, leave the Hades to me. Long Chun transformed into his human dragon form and pounced towards the Hades. A great battle was about to begin. At this moment, the Ice Star Master, who was hesitating, suddenly ate the heart of an expert in her hand. She turned into a terrifying existence, like the Ice Crystal Demoness. She thought about it and decided that this was the only thing she could do for revenge. After she ate the heart of an expert, she actually soared into the sky, as if she was going to deal with Ling Xiao. However, she couldn't interfere in the fierce battle in the sky. Violent energy overflowed, and she felt as if her body was going to fall apart. Since she couldn't take revenge on Ling Xiao, she would look for Ling Xiao's woman. She set her target on Yu Fenghua. She pounced over. Yu Fenghua sneered, and a dazzling moonlight was released from her back. she fearlessly fought with this terrifying expert who had reached the middle stage of the 6th-level divine physique echelon. At this point, all the martial artists on Ling Zhao's side had participated in the battle. No one was free to do anything. Everything depended on themselves. Qin Huang didn't fight with the 6th-level divine physique echelon expert. However, he was facing the pincer attack of 3 5th-level divine physique echelon monsters alone. The situation wasn't too optimistic. The battle was very tragic. Almost every minute, there would be a martial artist dying tragically. No matter if it was a monster or a martial artist who was killed, they were all the same. However, they were won over by lotus flower with the heart of an expert. Many people became monsters. Overall, the monsters were on par with the humans. There were fewer monsters, but they were powerful. Although the humans were weak, they had more people. Therefore, the real deciding factor of this battle was actually the battle between the experts, especially Little Gold and the King's Power Sword, Cold Plum and Cold Front, Long Chun and the Hades, Supreme Emperor White Knight and Inferno King of Hell, Yu Fanghua and the Frost King of Hell. These 5 great battles, of course, 5th-level divine physique echelon battles, were also very important. However, the decisive factor couldn't be compared to these 5 battles. Little Gold had already transformed into a giant golden crow and was fighting with the King's Power Sword in the sky. However, both of them tacitly stayed away from the battle between Ling Xiao and the gold-armored god. The main reason was that they were afraid of being implicated. Cold Plum and Cold Front, 2 assassin-type martial artists, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Although their battle wasn't as glamorous, it was extremely exciting. Whoever revealed the slightest flaw wouldn't be far from death. Long Chun had also transformed into a giant golden dragon, because even in his human dragon form, he wasn't a match for the Hades. However, the terrifying giant golden dragon allowed him to recover some of his disadvantages. The battle between Yu Fanghua and the Frost King of Hell was equally exciting. All sorts of glamorous moves were performed continuously. An icy battle intent exploded in the sky. Supreme Emperor White Knight was in a bit of trouble because he was suppressed by the Inferno King of Hell. Chapter 49:05. Byakuya's avatar had 70% of his full strength, but in the face of Inferno Yama, he had no power to fight back. Ha 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 ha, Byakuya, you are not as powerful as the legends say. Just accept your death obediently. Today, no one can save you. The feeling of being powerful is really addictive. Inferno Yama laughed wildly in excitement. Byakuya did not speak, he just silently resisted. Although he was crushed, a veteran expert was still a veteran expert. Even if his strength was much weaker than his opponent, he could rely on his experience and skills to delay his opponent. For the time being, he would not be defeated. He pinned his hopes on Ling Xiao. Because his original body was used to end Lotus Flower, he could not use it here. Eternal Emperor sat there, still looking at the sky. The battle on the ground seemed to have nothing to do with him. At this point, it could be said that things were already out of control. His hero's club had been messed up, and he believed that the culprit was Ling Xiao. Moreover, he also believed that Ling Xiao's future threat was definitely greater than Lotus Flowers. First kill Ling Xiao, then deal with Lotus Flower. This was his choice. Ling Xiao, I don't care what kind of monster you are, but today you must die. Eternal Emperor gritted his teeth and slowly rose into the sky, because he found that the golden energy in the sky was getting less and less. The energy mass formed by the wrath of the law had become very thin now. What was even more strange was that the gold-armored god seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Every time he attacked, it would weaken a little. What happened? He did not dare to get close, only daring to watch from afar. When more than half of the golden clouds had disappeared, the eternal emperor saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. What was that? An immortal bird, a real immortal bird. It was not the beast form of a beast soul. It was not the beast form of a martial soul. That huge body exuded a sacred aura. It felt like the beast god that once dominated the black tortoise continent. Hell immortal bird. Did this guy enter the beast god body? The eternal emperor's heart trembled. If Ling Xiao had only broken through to the third level of the divine body realm, he wouldn't have cared. However, he was well aware of how terrifying the beast god body was. Wang Tianming's beast god body was already terrifying enough. For some reason, he felt that Ling Xiao's beast god body was far superior to Wang Quan's. Just now, Wang Tianming's beast god body was a spectral dragon. The aura of the spectral dragon had already shocked countless people. However, Ling Xiao's beast god body was many times stronger than the ghost dragon in terms of aura alone. It was like the difference between a bug and a phoenix. The huge hell undying bird was fighting with the gold-armored god in the clouds. The divine might even affected an area of several thousand meters. Everyone who was fighting fiercely suddenly stopped. What the hell is going on? This didn't seem like a martial soul transformation. Could it be the real infernal phoenix? Why was he able to release such a terrifying divine might? The beast god has been resurrected? Everyone was asking why, but no one could answer. This was because no one in this world had ever seen a real infernal phoenix. They had seen a giant dragon, and Long Chen was a real giant dragon. However, the aura released by Long Chen's giant golden dragon wasn't as terrifying as Ling Xiao's infernal phoenix. Many martial artists couldn't help but kneel down. They were bowing down to the huge hell undying bird. Even the undead creatures were affected by it. No, to be exact, they were affected more severely than ordinary martial artists, especially the undead martial artists whose cultivation was below the 5th level of the divine body realm. All of them let out terrified screams as they knelt on the ground and kowtowed. It was as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in this world. What level of beast god is this guy? High-level beast god? No, he's definitely stronger than Wang Quan's high-level beast god. Could it be a supreme god position, or even a chief god position? The heaven's sacred leader's expression was extremely ugly. He had only sensed such an aura from the god of light. It was an aura that forced him to submit. However, it didn't seem as strong as Ling Xiao's aura. Many people heard the heaven's sacred leader's voice. However, most of them didn't really understand, because there were very few beast god martial artists. In addition, there had never been a beast god that surpassed a high-level god position. It was no wonder. Humph, I don't care what god position he has. Since the wrath of the law can't kill him, then I'll kill him. Then I'll kill him. The eternal emperor was actually very shocked. From the looks of it, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to survive the wrath of the law. However, he didn't care. So what if he had awakened the beast god body? His strength was still the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 realms apart from the lotus flower. How could Ling Xiao be his opponent? He was about to do something. Suddenly, the battle in the sky changed again. The huge hell undying bird spat out black hellfire and completely melted the gold-armored god. The gold-armored god's energy was completely devoured by the huge hell undying bird. He disappeared without a trace. Until now, Ling Xiao had completely withstood the punishment of the 108 Heavens earthly fiend curse, although he had really used up a lot of things in order to achieve this result. He had basically used up all 9 emperor weapons with dragon patterns. However, because of this, he had obtained the power he wanted. He had awakened the ox god body and the undying god body at the same time. A phoenix cry resounded in the sky. It was as if it was announcing its victory, but also as if it was provoking the heavens. The hell undying bird's body was incomparably huge. When it stretched out its wings, it was at least 800 feet long. Its two eyes were like two blazing suns. The tumbling flames burned the entire sky above the Eternal Life Palace, making it extremely hot. Billions of people stared at this huge creature with their mouths agape. They seemed to have forgotten the purpose of standing there. The Eternal Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. The Netherworld King frowned as well. After all, it was too shocking and too spectacular. Perhaps many people had never seen such a terrifying creature since they were born. Countless martial artists trembled under the divine power of the divine beast. Its size was enough to shock people. However, this hell undying bird's size was definitely not as simple as that. That terrifying aura made everyone's 3 souls and 7 spirits tremble desperately, especially the martial artists who knew more about the beast god. The more shocked they felt. The battlefield became chaotic. Everyone cried out in surprise. There was only the vast and huge body of the beast god in their eyes. Ling Xiao looked down at the entire Eternal Palace. He had never felt so powerful before. Even when he was in the fusion state, he did not feel this way. This was not only the power of his strength, but also the power of his bloodline. There was a domineering aura that came from the depths of his soul. He really did not disappoint me. Bai Yi looked at the hell undying bird in the sky and felt extremely proud. Fuping Chinese. Chapter 4906. Although Bai Yi couldn't tell what level of beast god this hell bird was. What he was sure of was that it was very powerful. The hell bird swooped down. It stopped 100 meters away from the ground. The burning sensation made the Eternal Palace martial artists kneel on the ground submissively. They were terrified. They believed that as long as this guy wanted to, he could turn the entire Eternal Palace into ruins in an instant. As for the experts, they were still better off. Although they were shocked, after thinking about it carefully, this was just Ling Xiao. It was equivalent to Ling Xiao obtaining an unparalleled elite weapon. Although it was terrifying, with Ling Xiao's cultivation, he shouldn't be able to unleash much power from this terrifying body. The experts tried their best to calm themselves down. However, their hearts were still beating crazily. Only the Eternal Emperor and Supreme Emperor Bai Yi didn't show a trace of fear. It was just a moment of shock. As for the Inferno Yama, Hell Yama, Ice Yama, King's Sword, Lung Feng, and other undead monsters of the Divine Body 6th level. Although their strength had increased after eating the heart of an expert, their mental state was still in the Divine Body 6th level. However, their mental strength was still at its original level. Moreover, the Hell Undying Bird had a special deterrent effect on undead creatures. Their legs were trembling. The Heaven Lord's fear came from that sacred aura. He believed in the God of Light. However, the God of Light he believed in was so small in front of this gigantic beast god. This made him terrified. Yu Fenghua looked at the gigantic hell bird with a gratified expression. She knew that if her man wanted to do something, he would never fail. She was so emotional that tears welled up in her eyes. Little Gold, Longchun, and Cold Plum clenched their fists in excitement and shouted, "You're just a pretentious kid. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you've become like this?" The Eternal Emperor's thunderous voice resounded through the sky. It made the martial artists who were stunned by the hellbird's gigantic body come back to their senses. It was true that the hell undying bird was extremely powerful. However, that was only power. It wasn't power. Ling Zhao's current cultivation was only at the third level of the divine physique echelon. Moreover, he had just broken through to the third level of the divine body realm. How could he be a match for the Eternal Emperor? Although this battle had been interrupted because Ling Xiao had suddenly attracted the wrath of the laws, the battle had been interrupted. But now he could start anew. The eternal, heavenly emperor finally revealed his weapon. It was a glove made of metal, hand of immortality. The hand of eternal life was embedded with 5 gems, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This item was the Eternal Life Palace's strongest treasure, the imperial weapon with 10 dragon inscriptions. It was on the same level as Baiye's Great Emperor Palace. When the hand of eternal life was displayed, the powerful energy it emitted was enough to shock everyone present. The deterrence brought about by Ling Xiao was constantly decreasing and being offset. The Eternal Emperor was indeed the Eternal Emperor. He was the strongest existence in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He was an invincible legend. There was also the monarch artifact with 10 dragon patterns. How could he be afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? His body was small, like an ant in front of the gigantic hell undying bird. But an expert was an expert. He would not be frightened. Even if he was shocked, he had never been afraid. After all, his title as the Eternal Martial Emperor was not obtained casually. It was earned through countless battles. So what if you are the undying bird? So what if you are the beast god? The Black Tortoise Continent is no longer the beast god Black Tortoise Continent. Since you are already extinct, don't come back. Since you are an antique, an extinct thing, then die. The Eternal Emperor's voice resounded throughout the land. It was extremely domineering. In the primordial era, there were also dragon slayers and existences that specialized in hunting divine beasts. When the beast god ruled the Black Tortoise Continent, there were also powerful human martial artists. Strength was not determined by who was bigger or who had an outstanding bloodline. Eternal Emperor, Eternal Emperor, Eternal Emperor. Countless Eternal Life Palace martial artists recovered from their fear and called out the Eternal Emperor's name. Yes, so what if he was huge? If he was not strong enough, he was still not strong enough. Wonderful speech. Ling Zhao's voice came out from the hell-undying bird's mouth. It was as if the voice of a god came from the sky. You are right. The size of the body and the strength of the bloodline are not a problem. Strength is the key. It's a pity that you idiots still haven't realized that you are no longer my opponent. You are still boasting shamelessly. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I will give you a chance now. Join forces and destroy all the undead creatures of the lotus flower. Otherwise, I will kill you mercilessly. In my eyes, you deserve to be killed more than those undead creatures. So, don't find excuses. Come and fight. The Eternal Emperor roared. Emperor, we are fine. We can fight against the undead creatures. You just need to focus on dealing with the Eternal Emperor. The voice of the White Knight, Supreme Emperor, sounded. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, All right, be careful. Then his huge body began to shrink rapidly. It didn't stop until his body shrank to about 10 meters when his wings were spread out. A huge body was more suitable for destroying large-scale existences, cities, countries, and large-scale enemies. But it was not suitable to deal with the Eternal Emperor. It was better to have this body size now. Although it was still much bigger than the Eternal Emperor, it did not affect the battle. Even in the state of the beast god's body, Ling Xiao did not dare to underestimate the Eternal Emperor. He activated the Sun God's Blood Fiend Array, activated the Dragon God's Ice Array, activated the Divine Ape Invincible Array, activated the Ocean God Netherworld Array, activated the Mao God Netherworld Array, activated the Ox God heavenly lightning, earthly fire array, activated 6 great array diagrams in one breath. Among them, the sun god's blood fiend array and the Mao god netherworld array were the most helpful to him in battle. The rest of the array diagrams were to help the warriors on his side. It allowed the warriors on his side to gain a huge advantage. The battle that had stopped started again. It was just that this time, the first to launch an attack was the martial artists of Ling Xiao's faction. Ling Xiao and the Eternal Emperor also soared into the sky. I gave you a chance. Originally, you could have joined forces with me to defeat Lotus Flower. This way, after I leave the 4 regions and 9 worlds, you will still be the overlord here. For the 4 regions and 9 worlds, I can even give up revenge. But you really don't cherish it. Ling Xiao really wanted to obtain the Eternal Emperor's powerful battle strength. That way, he would have a greater chance of dealing with Lotus Flower. But obviously, the other party did not have this intention. Since that was the case, he did not need to be polite. Look at your self-righteous appearance. Do you really think you can defeat me? The Eternal Emperor laughed disdainfully. Your cultivation is inferior to mine, and your magic weapon is inferior to mine. I really don't know how you can defeat me. You'll know when you try. Ling Xiao did not explain, and only smiled. This battle would be the end of the heroes' gathering. Fuping Chinese. Chapter 4907. Hand of Eternal Life. Endless Destruction. The Eternal Emperor didn't say anything else. He wanted the Eternal Palace's martial artists to regain their confidence in him. It was useless to just talk unless he defeated Ling Xiao completely. Only then could he display his terrifying strength as the strongest person in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The 5 gems on the hand of endless life shone brightly. With this punch, 5 terrifying attacks condensed in the void. They represented the 5 powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When the 5 powers merged into one, it was extremely powerful. It turned into a huge fist and smashed toward Ling Xiao. Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. The top Dharma treasure in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the hands of a peak 6th level divine physique echelon expert, its power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the sky changed color. Everything was shocked. The scene was comparable to the wrath of the law. The power of this punch also surpassed the strongest wrath of the law. If the gold-armored celestial god was hit by this attack, he would probably be crushed. Such a violent power terrified the martial artists who didn't participate in the battle. These martial artists were too weak. They would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they joined the battle against the undead creatures. The only thing they could do was to pray that the humans could win this battle. As for the battle between Ling Xiao and the Eternal Emperor, to be honest, many people supported Ling Xiao. The Eternal Emperor didn't stop the undead creatures from wreaking havoc, which left a bad impression on many martial artists. Even some martial artists from the Eternal Palace weren't willing to stand on his side. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao could even temporarily put aside his hatred for the Eternal Emperor in order to deal with the Eternal Emperor together. Such a person was the kind of leader they wanted. Of course, they didn't dare to say this out loud. They could only support Ling Xiao in their hearts. Such a terrifying punch could destroy heaven and earth. How was Ling Xiao going to block it? How powerful was his beast god's body? Facing the Eternal Emperor's attack, Ling Xiao frowned. He had to admit that even if he entered the beast god's body, even though he had already broken through to the 3rd level of the divine body realm, but against the Eternal Emperor, he was still at a disadvantage. Therefore, at that moment, Ling Xiao released his tyrannical martial spirit. The sky turned pitch black. It was as if the light of the sun and moon had been devoured by this terrifying martial spirit. At this moment, the tyrannical sky martial spirit was completely different from the mountain river martial spirit. He had Ling Xiao's own characteristics. In addition, Ling Xiao had transformed into the beast god immortal bird. It was easy for people to mistake this for not a martial soul, but a secret technique released by the beast god. No matter what, most of the experts were still fighting. Those weaklings would not be able to see through the flaws of the sky tyrant martial spirit. Even if they saw through it, Ling Xiao wouldn't care. Presently, he was practically invincible in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. So what if others found out? At most, they would just fight. The moment Universe Tyrant was released, Eternal Emperor's eternal fist was swallowed by the vast universe. The power was completely dispersed. It did not cause the slightest harm to Ling Xiao. Seeing this scene, countless warriors covered their mouths and cried out in disbelief once again. The Eternal Emperor was also shocked. He thought that Ling Xiao's beast god body was not much different from Wang Quan Tianming's beast god body. But now, it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Ling Xiao, this guy, although he had only broken through 1 realm, although he had only awakened the beast god body, but his combat strength had increased by 1,000 times. Moreover, his combat strength foundation was already good, which was basically about 50 times that of an ordinary warrior. His combat strength, increased by 1,000 times, was equivalent to an ordinary warrior's combat strength increased by 50,000 times. This was also why Ling Xiao was suppressed by Eternal Emperor before, but after experiencing the baptism of the wrath of the law, he did not put Eternal Emperor in his eyes at all. Eternal Emperor had never underestimated Ling Xiao, but after this attack, he realized that he had underestimated Ling Xiao too much. The awakening of the beast god body was definitely not just a change in form. It was a qualitative leap in combat strength. Until now, Eternal Emperor had to admit that among the 4 regions and 9 realms, Ling Xiao had become an opponent that he could not defeat. He was really too strong. If the combat strength of the 4 regions and 9 realms did not change, then Ling Xiao might be the number 1 combat strength apart from Lotus Flower. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Eternal Emperor shook his head fiercely and threw this terrifying thought out of his mind. Even he felt that it was impossible, let alone the weak onlookers. Not long ago, Ling Xiao was still an ant in the eyes of their sovereigns. But now, this ant could actually fight back and forth with their sovereigns. It was completely different from the previous battle situation, before the wrath of the law. Although Ling Xiao was also very powerful, everyone could see the gap between him and Eternal Emperor. He had to give it his all to luckily survive. But now it was different. Now, Ling Xiao could face Eternal Emperor's attack head-on. And he was unscathed. Humph! Eternal Emperor snorted. I don't believe that a mere 3rd-level divine physique echelon martial artist can defeat me. I really can't defeat a mere beast god physique. He kept increasing his confidence. He kept numbing himself. In fact, he already knew that it was almost impossible to kill Ling Xiao now. But he was still unwilling to believe it, so he could only numb himself through combat. Otherwise, he would really break down. Surrender. You can't defeat me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Surrender? I, Eternal Emperor, would rather die in battle than surrender. Eternal Emperor laughed maniacally. He continued to attack. He was absolutely unwilling to lose here. If that happened, his life would lose its meaning. He would not give up the plan that he had been planning for many years because of Lotus Flower's appearance. Nor would he give up because of Ling Xiao. The overlord of the 4 regions and 9 realms could only be him. He waved the hand of eternal life again and quickly approached Ling Xiao. Since long-range attacks couldn't hurt Ling Xiao, he would fight with his life in close range. He would never admit defeat so easily, because he didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao. To lose to such an ant. In an instant, Eternal Emperor appeared in front of Ling Xiao. A huge fist suddenly smashed toward Ling Xiao's head. Although he didn't know where the hell undying bird's weak point was, it should be the head. He believed that as long as he smashed Ling Xiao's head, he would definitely die. It didn't matter if he was a divine beast or a beast god. You want to compete with me in close combat? Fine, I'll play with you. Ling Xiao's body changed state in an instant. A terrifying blood lightning bull demon appeared between heaven and earth. Although it was a blood lightning bull demon, it emitted the aura of the ox god, and the blood of the ox god flowed in its body. Chapter 49:08. The terrifying ox god waved his fist and smashed it at the Eternal Emperor. Boom! There was an explosion between heaven and earth. The force of the impact almost sent the warriors on the ground flying. People were shocked to find that the Eternal Emperor's body was like a balloon that flew upside down and hit the ground. He smashed more than a dozen buildings in a row and finally smashed a huge deep hole in the ground. The entire Eternal Tower had begun to tilt. If one looked carefully, they would find that the Eternal Emperor was covered in blood. The surroundings were dyed red with blood. How sad! You actually dared to fight me with your physical body. How stupid! The Eternal Emperor's strength was based on his powerful martial arts. But this guy relied on the hand of eternal life to fight him head-on. How could his physical body compete with the beast god's body, especially the ox god's body, which was second only to ape god among the 12 beast gods? His strength was even more terrifying than ape gods. He was clearly using his weakness to fight Ling Xiao's strength. It would be strange if he wasn't unlucky. Looking at the miserable appearance of the Eternal Emperor, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too terrifying. Was this the beast god's body that had attracted the wrath of the laws? It was terrifying to the extreme. Retreat. When the Heaven Saint leader saw this, she suddenly called the 12 gold sage warriors and left quietly. Originally, her mission was to bring Ling Xiao's body back to the Heaven Saint ground. But now it was obviously impossible. Her strength was much weaker than the Eternal Emperor's. However, Eternal Heavenly Emperor no longer had any advantage in front of Ling Xiao, although the Eternal Emperor wouldn't be defeated so easily. However, there shouldn't be any big changes in the final outcome. They had to report this situation to the Light God. Bai Ye's heart was filled with pride. When he chose to pass the position of Golden Emperor to Ling Xiao, he was under a lot of pressure. If he chose the wrong person, it would not only ruin his reputation, it would also bring disaster to the Golden Sky region. But today, he could proudly declare that he didn't choose the wrong person. Ling Xiao would become the greatest Golden Emperor in history. Under his leadership, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would defeat the Lotus Flower. He firmly believed in this. Cough, cough. Eternal Emperor crawled up from the ground, still coughing up blood. His immortal martial soul made his body's recovery ability extremely strong. However, he was shocked to discover that under Ling Xiao's attack, there seemed to be a terrifying power of law affecting his body's recovery. The speed of recovery was much slower. At this moment, a true sense of fear arose in the depths of his heart. At the same time, an extremely evil thought appeared in his mind. Without any other worries, he aimed to defeat Ling Xiao. For this goal, he could make crazy decisions. Eternal Emperor, you once said that you were the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Therefore, only you are qualified to become the Alliance Master of the 4 regions and 9 realms. What about now? Who is the one crawling in front of an ant like me? Ling Xiao was still standing in the sky, looking down at the Eternal Emperor. At this stage, his comrades were not in any danger. Under the influence of his martial spirit array, everyone except Bai Yi gradually gained the upper hand. Even Bai Yi could rely on 70% of his power to fight the Inferno King of Hell to a draw. Although the Inferno King of Hell's cultivation was also at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique echelon, his strength was much weaker than the Eternal Emperor's. Since there was no danger, there was no need to be distracted. What he needed to do now was to completely defeat the Eternal Emperor. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that I, the Eternal Emperor, would have such a day. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, don't regret it. You forced me to do all of this. The Eternal Emperor seemed to have entered a state of madness. The blow he suffered today was too great. After all, the supreme existence that had always been above the 4 regions and 9 worlds was now being slapped to the ground by Ling Xiao like a worm. That kind of sullen feeling really pushed him to the peak and completely distorted his thoughts. Actually, why did you have to do this? Even if I hadn't broken through, you wouldn't have been able to kill me. Do you really think that I've used my strongest combat power? Ling Xiao looked at the Eternal Emperor. He suddenly felt that this self-righteous overlord was rather pitiful. He'd been a frog in a well for too long. He wasn't as knowledgeable as the Eternal Emperor. He was a small fry who had to constantly experience all kinds of difficulties to survive. As for the Eternal Emperor, it was almost impossible for him to improve in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He could only ponder how to become an overlord in the Eternal Palace every day. Practicing martial arts was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Ling Xiao was constantly improving, but the Eternal Emperor was stagnant. In fact, he had even regressed in some aspects. His failure was actually only a matter of time. He didn't dare risk going to Heaven's Wall City because he feared death. He didn't dare go to Eternal Divine Nation. Therefore, he was destined to end up like this. He knew it, but he didn't want to admit it. You haven't used your strongest combat power yet. That's impossible. The Eternal Emperor looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Ling Xiao was already so strong, but he said that he hadn't used his full combat power. This guy was definitely spouting nonsense to make the Eternal Emperor afraid. Believe it or not, but if you persist in going about things the wrong way, I have no choice but to kill you. To tell the truth, if the Eternal Emperor wasn't Yu Fenghua's father, he would have killed him long ago. He wouldn't have said such nonsense. Although the Eternal Emperor didn't deserve to be Yu Fenghua's father, he was still her biological son. Ling Xiao didn't want Yu Fenghua to be cursed at. His idea was to cripple the Eternal Emperor. Without his cultivation, the guy would lose his ambition. As for whether he would die in the future, that was none of Ling Xiao's business. The Eternal Emperor could die at anyone's hands, but not at the hands of Yu Fenghua and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't care if others said that he'd killed his father-in-law, but he had to protect Yu Fenghua. I won't lose. I won't lose. The Eternal Emperor roared, and his whole body was wrapped in white light. Anger and madness made the power in his body completely release. The Eternal Emperor's hand seemed to contain a terrifying power that could cause heaven and earth to collapse. This power could raise the Eternal Palace to the ground. The Eternal Emperor didn't use it before because he didn't want to, but at this time he didn't care at all. If it was destroyed, then so be it. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he could rebuild the Eternal Palace. The terrifying power continued to gather. Gusts of wind blew in the sky. On the ground, the buildings kept shaking. Countless warriors began to flee for their lives. Even a fool could realize how terrifying the impact of this attack could be. The Eternal Emperor didn't just want to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted to destroy everyone who saw him make a fool of himself. Shao, you don't have to care about me. To me, he's not my father, but my enemy. Since the day he killed my mother, I've always wanted to kill him. So, I'm not afraid of being despised. As long as I can avenge my mother, it's fine. I want him to go to hell and repent to my mother. Yu Fenghua suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said loudly, Fupin Chinese. Chapter 49:09. Yu Fenghua still couldn't forget the scene of that day. Her mother was brutally killed by her so-called father in front of her that had become a shadow of her childhood. Not only did she have no affection for the Eternal Emperor, but she also had a strong hatred for him. Understood, then send him to death. Ling Xiao nodded, and his previous worries were gone. Facing the strongest attack of the Eternal Emperor, Ling Xiao also began to condense his own attack. He turned back into the Hell Undying Bird and transformed into the Undying God. He used the Undying God body to release the Cosmic Light Fist. As mentioned before, the Beast God body also had two different forms. One was the Beast God form, and the other was the Divine Beast form. The Beast God form had the appearance of a human and some of the characteristics of a divine beast. It was still very cool. This was similar to the appearance of the Beast God form, but more cool and majestic. Of course, the most important thing was that the essence was different. In the end, the Beast God form was just a human warrior using the Beast God martial spirit to change shape. But the Beast God form was the true god of the Black Tortoise continent. The power released was the power of the Beast God that was different from that of human warriors. The divine beast form didn't need to be explained. It completely abandoned the characteristics of a human and looked like a demon beast. Of the two forms, in terms of fighting power, the divine beast form was naturally more terrifying. But in the Beast God form, there were more moves that could be used and magic treasures could be used. For example, the Cosmic Light Fist could only be used in the Beast God form or in the human form. The Reverse God Sword and the Crimson Blood Demon Sword could only be used in the Beast God form or in the human form. The Eternal Blood Jade Talisman was special. It could be used in any form. At this time, Ling Xiao was in the Undying God form. His right hand was holding the Reverse God Sword. His left hand was in the shape of a fist. The power of the Beast God was activated. This power was the power to completely crush the divine essence. Therefore, he had enough confidence to completely destroy the last hope of the Eternal Emperor. Finally, the Eternal Emperor blasted out his fist that could destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao released the first level of the Cosmic Light Fist almost at the same time. The effect of the Cosmic Light Fist released with the Undying God form was outstanding. Even in the face of the powerful Eternal Emperor, there was a 3-second pause. In these 3 seconds, the Reverse God Sword in Ling Xiao's right hand unleashed the Reverse God Art's 5 words form that he had recently cultivated. 5 sword lights tore through the void. With a sword will that pierced through the void, it shot towards the Eternal Emperor. Every sword light was 10 times stronger than the God-defying art's forward style. In order to completely defeat the Eternal Emperor, Ling Xiao had no intention of underestimating his opponent. And the most frightening thing was these 2 attacks were enhanced by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Its power became even more terrifying. The 5 sword auras were like 5 swords of punishment that had come from outer space. Each of them was several hundred meters long. The giant fist formed by the Cosmic Light God Fist completely overshadowed the Fist of Eternal Life. Rumble! 3 seconds later, the Cosmic Light Divine Fist collided with the Fist of Immortality. They shattered at the same time. In the next moment, the 5 sword lights hit the Eternal Heavenly Emperor without any hindrance. The Eternal Emperor's body was torn apart by the five sword lights. This scene stunned many of the Eternal Palace's martial artists. They thought that the Eternal Heavenly Emperor had used all the power he had accumulated in his lifetime to unleash his strongest punch. At the very least, he would be able to fight on par with Ling Xiao. However, they were wrong. They were ridiculously wrong. Ling Xiao's power had far exceeded their expectations. In the end, the Eternal Emperor was still crushed. He was even torn to pieces. In this way, even the eternal martial spirit couldn't fully recover. Moreover, so what if he recovered? If the Eternal Emperor was still at this level, he would never be a match for Ling Xiao. He could only be tortured by Ling Xiao. If he was smart enough, he would choose not to get up. At the same time, the outcome of the other battle was gradually decided. First, the Flame King killed Crown Prince Yuehua. Crown Prince Yuehua was now an undead creature. Even if the Flame King wanted to keep him alive, it was impossible. The 6th level divine body echelon ghosts brought by the Netherworld King were also killed by the Flower King and the others. However, the Netherworld King didn't seem to be depressed at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be smiling. These 6 big guys were originally used to test their combat power. No matter the result of the test, they could go back and continue to be modified. Next time, the Lotus Flower could create even more terrifying monsters. With his powerful strength, he defeated 3 5th-level divine body echelon ghosts by himself. These 3 guys were all human martial artists who had consumed the heart of a powerhouse. Therefore, he couldn't feel happy. The human martial artists were led to kill each other by the Lotus Flower's heart of a powerhouse. This really made people feel very sad. The other battles were basically over as well. With the help of Ling Xiao's powerful martial spirit array, the human martial artists had the absolute advantage. Now, the only undead creatures that were still alive were the Netherworld King, the Inferno King, the King's Sword, Lung Feng, and the Ice King. These were the 5/6 level divine body echelon ghosts. Just as Ling Xiao was observing the other battles, the Eternal Emperor's heart went through an earth-shattering change. He was defeated again. Even if he unleashed his full combat power, he still wasn't Ling Xiao's match. He could even hear the mocking voices around him. This was unacceptable to him, who had always been arrogant. His eyes gradually turned blood red. Evil thoughts completely occupied his soul realm. With his strength, he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao at all. In that case, there was only one path left. Looking at the guy in the sky, the pride in his heart was completely shattered. What's there to hesitate about? Eat it. The Eternal Emperor's body had already regenerated. However, this also consumed almost all of his divine origin. If he wanted to fight again, the only way was to eat the heart of a powerhouse. The heart of a powerhouse was like a demon constantly attracting and captivating him. Finally, he couldn't help but swallow that thing. Have you finally reached this step? Ling Xiao had been observing the Eternal Emperor. The reason why he didn't kill the Eternal Emperor immediately was because he wanted to win the hearts of the people in the Eternal Emperor region. If he killed the Eternal Emperor, it wouldn't be good for him. However, if the Eternal Emperor ate the heart of a powerhouse, the situation would be completely different. The Eternal Emperor would become an undead monster. This monster no longer belonged to humans. It would continue to kill and devour humans. He definitely couldn't exist. The Eternal Emperor suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, his body started to undergo a shocking transformation. At this moment, the hand of eternal life had actually merged perfectly with his body. The 5 gems formed 5 eyes. This made him have a total of 7 eyes. Its huge body was covered with layers of fine scales. The gray body's recovery ability became even more terrifying. Chapter 49:10, The Body of the Dead and the Eternal Martial Soul. Unless the Eternal Emperor used up all of his divine origin, no one could kill him. It would be useless even if his spirit ocean was destroyed. That tall and mighty body was at least 5 meters tall. Although compared to Ling Xiao's beast god body, it still seemed so small. However, everyone could feel it. The energy that emerged from this guy's body was terrifying. Has the first person in the divine body 7th level in the 4 regions and 9 worlds finally appeared? Bai Yi sighed. He was not happy at all. The first person in the 4 regions and 9 worlds to reach the divine body 7th level had turned into a monster. This was too disappointing. The Inferno King of Hell, who was fighting with him, was shocked when he saw this. He thought that he could catch up to the Eternal Emperor after eating the heart of an expert. He did not expect that guy to break through to the divine body 7th level. He suddenly had a crazy idea. He saw a divine body 5th level martial artist holding the heart of an expert hesitating in the crowd. He suddenly gave up on Bai Yi and pounced over. He killed his opponent and snatched the heart of an expert to eat. The Inferno King of Hell could not stop him. Damn, this idiot! You can only eat 1 heart of an expert. However, he did not have the chance to stop him. The Inferno Star Master, who had eaten the 2nd heart of an expert, thought that he could break through to the divine body 7th level. However, the situation was not like that. A terrifying energy exploded in his body. The Inferno Star Master was blown to pieces. This was probably the most aggrieved way to die today. The Inferno Star Master's death alerted the martial artists who had eaten the heart of an expert. It also made the Inferno King of Hell think of retreating. If the Inferno Star Master died, Bai Yi would be free. If Bai Yi wanted to kill him, he might not be able to stop him. However, the depressing thing was that Long Chun did not give him a chance to escape. The only thing he could do was to keep fighting and defending. This terrifying golden dragon was not as easy to deal with as the hell undying bird. Ling Xiao, do you still think that you will win? An insignificant ant should always be an insignificant ant. Even if I become a monster, I will kill you. Eternal Life Emperor felt the terrifying power in his body and laughed maniacally at Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao hadn't given him such a huge blow, if he hadn't wanted to win so badly, he probably wouldn't have let himself become like this. But he still did it, and he didn't regret it at all. He could feel his incomparably powerful strength. The 7th level of the divine body realm was 100 times stronger than the 6th level of the divine body realm. Previously, he was no match for Ling Xiao, but now Ling Xiao was definitely no match for him. He would definitely win this battle. The 5 eyes on its head represented 5 different types of terrifying power. At this moment, it was continuously condensing. It formed a huge sphere in front of the Eternal Heavenly Emperor. The terrifying energy made people feel suffocated. The ancestor is really crazy. That's right. Even if you lose, you can always start over and continue cultivating. Why do you have to become such a monster? Although I sympathize with him, I have to think about my family. I can't let such a monster continue to lead the Eternal Palace. From this moment onwards, the Eternal Life Emperor became even stronger. But at the same time, he also lost the support of the Eternal Emperor region's martial artists. No one would support a monster that could kill humans at any time to be their commander, and the Eternal Life Emperor didn't care about that anymore. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. As for other things, he didn't even think about it. Do you feel this powerful power? Do you still dare to say that you can win? Can you kill me? The Eternal Life Emperor was accumulating power while looking at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. Actually, This attack could be released at any time. However, the longer it took to accumulate power, the more powerful it would be. The Eternal Life Emperor was risking his life to kill Ling Xiao. I really didn't expect the Eternal Life Emperor to be forced to such a state. The Platinum Tiger King shook his head. The moment he chose to become a monster, he had already gone completely mad. The Rainbow Snake King shook his head. There's no other way. If he wants to defeat Ling Xiao, this is probably the only possibility. The Alliance Master of the Beast Deities Alliance understood the Eternal Life Emperor's actions. If it were him, he might have done the same. However, there were no ifs in this world. Right now, the Eternal Emperor had become a target that had to be eliminated. He firmly supported Ling Xiao. The sphere in front of the Eternal Life Emperor had a diameter of over 1,000 meters. If that terrifying power exploded in the Eternal Life Palace, it would definitely destroy the Eternal Life Sea. The 5 elements in the world had already started to become chaotic. The wood and bricks on the buildings kept flying towards the huge sphere. They were injecting even more terrifying power into the sphere. When the power accumulated to a certain extent, the sphere suddenly shrunk. It actually shrunk to a diameter of 1 meter. Anyone could tell how terrifying the power of the sphere that was forcefully compressed to a diameter of 1 meter would be once it was released. Ling Xiao, you shouldn't have appeared. You shouldn't have obstructed my plan. I worked so hard to snatch the Eternal Life Emperor's position from the Ling family. I planned for decades to become the overlord of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I can't stop because of an ant like you. Therefore, you must die. 5 elements chaos sphere send you to the Western Paradise, along with the Eternal Life Emperor's roar. The terrifying 5 elements chaos sphere hit Ling Xiao at a terrifying speed. Even with the beast god's body, Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it. In other words, Ling Xiao never thought of dodging it. Even if he had broken through to the 3rd level of the divine body realm, even if he had awakened the beast god's body, Ling Xiao still didn't forget that he had to continue to improve his strength. This time, he could completely dodge the attack. However, he didn't, because taking this attack head-on would bring him great improvement. The small energy sphere exploded. The terrifying light instantly swallowed Ling Xiao. The entire sky shook from the explosion. A terrifying gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. Many people were directly blown into the air. Countless buildings were destroyed because of the explosive storm. One had to know that the distance of the explosion was 1,000 meters from the ground. If it was on the ground, how terrifying would the destructive power be? How is Ling Xiao? Everyone looked in that direction. At this moment, Ling Xiao's life and death were already closely related to everyone. If Ling Xiao was defeated, the Eternal Life Emperor would definitely massacre him. There was no need to even think about it. Therefore, they had no choice. Their only thought was to support Ling Xiao. It could be said that so many people were forced to support him by the Eternal Life Emperor. He forced these people to stand on Ling Xiao's side. Chapter 49:11. The Eternal Emperor, who swallowed the heart of the strong warrior, finally broke through. He became a monster in the early stage of the 7th level divine body realm. This was probably the limit of the heart of the strong warrior. After all, this thing was developed by the lotus flower and his elites. It was impossible that there was no limit. Otherwise, the lotus flower wouldn't have needed to find his sovereign physique. As long as he swallowed the heart of the strong warrior, he would be invincible in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Since the lotus flower hadn't started a large-scale war personally, it meant that this was the only way. That could only mean one thing. He was not completely confident. The Eternal Emperor used the heart of the strong warrior to form a terrifying attack that was 100 times stronger than before. 5 elements chaos ball. The explosive storm spread wildly between heaven and earth. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. During this time, Yufanghua finally defeated the Frost Yama. Her current strength was already above the heaven's sacred leader. After all, she had awakened the power of the Moon Lady. The power of the Moon Lady wasn't the strongest in the primordial era. It wasn't part of the 12 immortals. However, after 100,000 years of cultivation, her strength had already surpassed the 12 immortals. It was a pity that she couldn't unleash her full power in the heavenly dragon continent. She had no choice but to sacrifice herself to save Ling Xiao. If her power was fully awakened, perhaps only the king of sovereigns would be stronger than her in the mystic world. Yu Fanghua's current strength was already at the peak of the 6th level divine body realm. She was probably only slightly weaker than the Eternal Emperor before he used the heart of the strong warrior. Therefore, she was the first to end the battle. She was even more terrifying than Little Gold, Long Chun, and Cold Plum. This was also the reason why she could still talk to Ling Xiao when she was fighting with the 6th level divine physique stage, Frost Yama. She was in a hurry to end the battle because she was worried about Ling Xiao. She knew how terrifying the Eternal Emperor's attack was. She was afraid that something would happen to Ling Xiao. In fact, she guessed correctly. The Eternal Heavenly Emperor's attack was far beyond what Ling Xiao could contend with at this stage. As a result, even the beast god body was shattered. However, Ling Xiao had already expected this outcome. The moment it was shattered, he used time reversal. His shattered body quickly healed. It was as if he was not injured at all. Of course, for this, he had also expended a large amount of divine essence. Even his potential had been depleted by close to half. This also caused the energy in his cultivation C to increase rapidly. His cultivation rose from early stage 3rd level divine body realm to peak stage 3rd level divine body realm. He had become a high-level combatant of this realm. As a result, time reversal was upgraded from lesser mastery to proficiency. The advantage was that the success rate of each use would be higher. Previously, the success rate was only 30%. Therefore, in those 3 seconds, he tried to use time reversal dozens of times. Fortunately, he still had Rising from the Ashes as a foundation. Otherwise, he would really be playing with his life. After dozens of attempts, he finally succeeded once, and it almost took more than 3 seconds. And now, the success rate had increased to 50%. A 50% success rate was still very high. He had made the right bet this time. After the terrifying explosion dissipated, Ling Xiao appeared in front of everyone, unscathed. Yu Fanghua instantly heaved a sigh of relief. And the spectators actually cheered, because the current Ling Xiao did not only represent the Golden Sky region, but also the entire human race in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He could not lose. More so, he could not die. If he died, the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be finished. It was not important whether this was the truth or not. What was important was that people thought this way. However, the Eternal Emperor who saw this scene did not have any astonishment. He had already started to accumulate power for the 2nd time. I already know that you can revive. However, how many times can you revive? At the very least, I don't believe that anyone can revive infinitely. And this move, I can use it at least 10 times. After 10 times, will you die? Or will I? Don't you think this is very interesting? The Eternal Emperor sneered, accumulating power while preparing to attack. How foolish! Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Do you think you can kill me after swallowing the heart of an expert? Unfortunately, even if you become a monster, you will not be able to defeat me. Even if you become a monster, you will still not be my opponent. Fusion of 3. Until now, Ling Xiao had not used the fusion of bodies. Currently, his original body had already reached the peak of the third level of the divine body realm, and he had awakened the beast god body. The demon venerable, god venerable, and emperor venerable bodies would all be upgraded as the original body improved. They would maintain the same strength as the original body. When the three bodies merged with the original body, the combat power of the fusion body had already surpassed the peak of the sixth level of the divine body realm. It had reached the early stage of the seventh level of the divine body realm. Because Ling Xiao had the power of the beast god, he was much stronger than martial artists of the same level. This was his final trump card, the trump card that destroyed the Eternal Emperor's last hope. At that moment, everyone saw Ling Xiao transform into four bodies. In an instant, the other three bodies merged with the original body. Although there seemed to be no change on the outside, Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketed at that moment. At the same time, it revealed the complicated aura of a god-fiend emperor. That cold gaze actually made the Eternal Emperor, who had swallowed the heart of an expert, tremble. How could this be? The Eternal Emperor was almost in despair. He had already come this far, but he did not expect Ling Xiao to have another trump card. What kind of monster was he? It was too scary. It was too unbelievable. You seem very surprised. But don't worry, I will let you unleash your final attack. Ling Xiao stood there with the Void God's sword in his hand like a god-fiend emperor, looking down at the Eternal Emperor from above. Go to hell. The Eternal Emperor released the second five elements chaos ball out of fear, anger, and inexplicable despair. Its power was basically no different from the first one. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Ling Xiao waved the Void God's sword and smashed the five elements chaos ball back like a baseball bat. The terrifying five elements chaos ball instantly hit the Eternal Emperor. The poor guy was completely turned into ashes in a shrill scream. He could launch such an attack, but he could not defend against such damage. The brilliant light turned the entire sky white. Another storm swept across the sky above the Eternal Palace. This time, many people were prepared, so it was not too bad. But even so, some people were still buried under the ruins. Fortunately, they were warriors. If they were ordinary people, they would have died. When the smoke dissipated, the people still hadn't recovered from the shock. Such a powerful attack. Ling Xiao not only blocked it, but also hit it back. He killed the Eternal Emperor. Bai Yi was extremely emotional. Perhaps he did not need to sacrifice himself to end the lotus flower, because he had chosen the most outstanding successor. Mobile version website. Chapter 49:12. I feel like I had an unbelievable dream today. The Eternal Emperor was known as the strongest warrior in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even the Dragon Priest, Supreme Emperor White Knight, and Heaven's Sacred Leader were inferior to him. But he actually lost so miserably and died in such a cowardly manner. Yes, but what right do we have to laugh at him? The Eternal Heavenly Emperor was facing the most outstanding genius martial artist since the Human King era. Not to mention the Eternal Emperor, just the strength he displayed at the end. Even if the Eternal Emperor, Dragon Priest, and Heaven's Sacred Leader worked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. We're even worse. I even laughed at Ling Xiao for overestimating himself and wanting to become the master of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He wanted our allegiance. Now that I think about it, I'm really embarrassed. The powerful Eternal Emperor didn't even hesitate to take the heart of a powerhouse, but he still lost in the end. From today onwards, the 4 regions and 9 worlds will really have to submit to Ling Xiao's ferocious might. Countless warriors were talking about it. No matter what they said, there was only one final meaning. That was, Ling Xiao had replaced the Eternal Emperor and become the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. And he was even more terrifying than the Eternal Emperor. At this moment, another 3 battles had ended. Little Gold killed the Sword of Royalty. Cold Plum killed Lung Feng. Long Chun even killed the Netherworld King Yama, who was trying to escape. Even his soul was not spared. The Hades thought that he could return to his nest with the results of the test. But he didn't expect to lose his life here. Seeing this, people were even more emotional. If Ling Xiao was the only powerful one, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. But Yu Fenghua, Golden Prince, Cold Plum, Long Chun, and the powerful Supreme Emperor White Knight. These people were the top existences in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Each of them surpassed heaven's sacred leader. If not for Ling Xiao, they would be invincible. And they all supported Ling Xiao. This was too terrifying. With these people working together, who would dare to resist? Some people even began to sympathize with Lotus Flower. It wasn't easy for him to come back to life, but he encountered the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the 9 realms. He was really unlucky. Ling Xiao also had a clearer judgment of his own strength. With the current strength of the fused body, facing an ordinary 7th level divine body echelon martial artist was basically a piece of cake. Of course, Lotus Flower was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, he could not be judged by common sense. Moreover, the fusion could only last for 30 minutes. Battles between powerhouses could sometimes last for days and nights. Therefore, this combat power could only be used as a last resort. It could not be used as a conventional method. After the fusion, it would be the beast god body. Ling Xiao, who was currently in the state of the beast god's body, could crush martial artists below the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. After all, the beast god body was too powerful. In addition, Ling Xiao's physical body was already terrifying, so others might not be able to break through his defense. Of course, this suppression required the release of the heavenly tyrant martial spirit. If he did not use the heavenly tyrant martial spirit, the beast god body should only be able to defeat an ordinary 6th level divine body echelon martial artist. For geniuses like the Eternal Arch, he would really have a headache. After the beast god body, it was the original body, without using any Dharma treasures and the heavenly tyrant martial spirit. Ling Xiao could also easily defeat a 4th level divine body echelon martial artist with his original body. If he used Dharma treasures and the beast god transformation, he could definitely defeat a 5th level divine body echelon martial artist. In terms of combat power, there was still a big gap. Ling Xiao had only awakened the ox god body and the Yushin body. Therefore, the rest of the beast god transformation could still be carried out. Of course, all of this was based on Ling Xiao's peak 3rd level divine body echelon cultivation. If his cultivation level broke through again, then his combat power would naturally increase. Moreover, his mastery of the beast god body was only at the initial stage. If he completely mastered the beast god body, he would become even more powerful. Perhaps at that time, he could really stand at the top of the black tortoise continent. Ling Xiao returned to his original body and slowly descended from the sky. Although it wasn't the beast god body, the current him was still as majestic as ever. He had defeated the Eternal Emperor, who had turned into an undead monster. He had avenged his father. He had also fulfilled one of his wishes. As for the power struggle that happened in the Eternal Palace, Ling Xiao didn't care about it anymore. He couldn't be bothered to investigate it. After all, one had to look forward. The Eternal Emperor was already dead. Was there a need to be so stubborn? In the next moment, he pushed all the corpses on the ground towards the sky. Then he burned them all. Any corpse that was left behind could become materials for the undead calamity. Therefore, he had to do this. Today is a disaster day for the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Many of us couldn't resist the temptation of the lotus flower. They turned into undead monsters, although they are already dead now. But I can't be happy. Therefore, I have decided to postpone the marriage with Feng Hua until the day we defeat the lotus flower. Then, we will truly complete this marriage. Ling Xiao didn't want to show anything. This was his truest thought. What happened today made his mood very bad. Although he killed the Eternal Emperor, he couldn't be happy. That was just a madman who was tortured by power and power. The truly terrifying one was the lotus flower. It was time to proceed with the next thing. It's still the same as before. If we want to defeat the lotus flower, if we want to prevent the spread of the undead calamity, our 4 regions and 9 worlds must be united. Otherwise, we will only be defeated one by one. Today, I must repeat what I said before. From now on, I am the only king of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Is there anyone who is not convinced? Ling Xiao looked around and asked loudly, "Greetings, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor." Under the lead of Supreme Emperor White Knight, the warriors of Golden City were the first to kneel on the ground. If they wanted to win this war, they must have an iron-blooded king. Otherwise, the human race would be a pile of loose sand. It was impossible to win. Therefore, Supreme Emperor White Knight was willing to kneel to this junior who was much younger than him. Even if it was just for the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he had to do this. Needless to say, Fire Emperor, Flower Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Yang Shui, and the others. They had already taken Ling Xiao's position as the Yellow Emperor. Today, they were just kneeling again, following that Little Gold, Long Chun, Cold Plum, Ling Jiao Jiao, and the Alliance Master of Beast God's Alliance expressed their stance. These were all people who had planned to join the Heavenly Empire. The Eternal Palace is willing to submit to Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. The Eternal Emperor was dead, and only Yu Qiushui was left of the 4 great kings. The one who stood out was, of course, Yu Qiushui. Great Emperor Lien Hua turned our immortal palace into a purgatory, turning our sovereigns and sovereigns into monsters. We must take revenge for this blood debt. Blood debt must be paid in blood. Blood debt must be paid in blood. Deafening shouts rang out from the palace of eternal life. Their target of hatred was Emperor Lien Hua and his undead army. Chapter 49:13. We are willing to serve the Heavenly Emperor. The marshalists of the Eternal Life Palace knelt down. The powerhouses of the other great factions also expressed their loyalty. Although many of them were unwilling to do so, they had no choice. They had acknowledged the bet between the Eternal Life Emperor and Ling Xiao. Since they had acknowledged it, they had to accept the outcome. Otherwise, they would be punished by the laws. They didn't have the confidence to resist the wrath of the laws. Therefore, the choice in this matter was very clear. All right, since everyone recognizes me as the Heavenly Emperor, then let's start from now on. From now on, let's launch a counterattack against Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao had actually drawn up a plan before he came. Lotus Flower's forces were mainly concentrated in the chaotic sand ocean. The 4 regions and 9 realms just had to set up powerful array formations at their respective borders and gather a large number of troops there. At the very least, they would be able to react quickly when the undead calamity started. This way, he and the other powerhouses would be able to provide timely support. In the next 10 days, Ling Xiao traveled through the 4 regions and 9 realms without stopping, apart from the Savage Beast region and the Heaven Sacred Land. The other factions were all willing to listen to his command and set up defenses at their borders With his help, Yuan venerates would join forces with him to set up powerful array formations. The 4 regions and 9 realms had basically reached a consensus. Ling Xiao was the only master of the 4 regions and 9 realms, and also the strongest existence. Among them, only the Beast Emperor, the Dragon Priest, and the Heaven's Sacred Master weren't very satisfied. After 10 days of meticulous planning, Ling Xiao had basically completed his layout. Next, he had to attack the Savage Beast region and the Heaven's Sacred Land. In the Savage Beast region, Ling Xiao sent Little Gold, Long Chen, and Cold Plum back to negotiate with the Beast Emperor and the Dragon Priest. After all, it wasn't a wise move to start a war directly. Over at the Heaven's Sacred Land, Bai Yi took the initiative to persuade them. After all, leaving these 2 gaps might become flaws in the defenses of the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao agreed. Before leaving, he reminded Bai Yi to be very careful. It didn't matter if he succeeded in persuading them. What was important was that nothing happened to Bai Yi. After sending Bai Yi away, Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua hadn't even spent a day together. Yu Chen, an old acquaintance, suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Although Yu Chen was much stronger than before, she was still only at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Among the many experts under Lotus Flower, he really wasn't much. You're really bold. You actually dare to come and see me? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Chen. Today, he had completely surpassed Yu Chen. Therefore, no matter what Yu Chen's purpose in coming here was, he was fearless. I'm here to surrender. Yu Chen's words were shocking. Surrender. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He had only seen people submit to the Lotus Flower. He had never seen anyone willing to return to the human world after submitting to the Lotus Flower. What's your reason? Ling Xiao asked. Lotus Flower promised not to hurt my family, but he went back on his word. And now, my value to him is getting lower and lower. Therefore, I'm prepared to cooperate with you. I only ask for one thing. After this war is over, please let me live. Yu Chen said very seriously, although I don't really believe your words, I'll listen to what you have to say. Ling Xiao said indifferently, now, there's a very important matter that needs to be dealt with. Lotus Flower still hasn't completely healed his divine physique. Therefore, he needs a powerful existence to help him stall for time. And that existence is the Wilderness Martial Emperor. Yu Chen said, about 10,000 years ago, there was only one supreme emperor that ruled the Wilderness Beast region. That was the Wilderness Martial Emperor. The Wilderness Martial Emperor commanded 10 great beast emperors, allowing the Wilderness Beast region's strength to reach the pinnacle. At that time, only the Golden Sky region could suppress them. It's said that the Wilderness Martial Emperor has been dead for 5,000 years. Can he be revived? Yu Fanghua frowned. Whether he can be revived or not, I'm not sure. But you should know Lotus Flower's ability. It's not like he can't do something like this. Yu Chen said, this is the map of the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace's ruins. You better destroy that place first. Otherwise, the Wilderness Beast region will soon fall into Lotus Flower's hands. Moreover, he will have a powerful helper to help him. Although I don't know how strong the Wilderness Martial Emperor will be after he revives. But I'm sure that he won't be weak. Speaking of which, it's time for me to leave. Yu Chen turned and left. Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. Xiao, do you want to believe him? Yu Fanghua looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I'd rather believe him than not. In any case, I'll have to go to the Wilderness Beast region at least once. Actually, I hope that this is a trap and that what Yu Chen said is true. This Lotus Flower is too terrifying. His level of terror has already surpassed our imagination. Ling Xiao stood up. He didn't want to waste even a minute. The war has just begun. Every second counts. I'll go with you, Yufanhua said. All right. Ling Xiao didn't refuse. The current Yufanhua wouldn't drag him down. On the contrary, she would be of great help to him. Ling Xiao handed over the matters of Golden City to the 4 supreme kings. Then he quietly left Golden City with Yufanhua. One day later, they arrived at the Wilderness Beast region. This was Ling Xiao's first time stepping into the Wilderness Beast region. They chose to teleport to the Saintess Palace. There was a dragon shaman at the Divine Dragon Palace. There was a beast emperor at the Beast Imperial Palace. They were all troublesome fellows. Only at the Saintess Palace, Cold Plum was in charge. After hearing Ling Xiao's intention, Cold Plum frowned and said, "No wonder we recently discovered that the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace's seals seem to have been opened by someone. It's actually Lotus Flower's doing." "It's already opened?" Ling Xiao's face suddenly changed. "Yes, just yesterday. But this seal was created by the experts back then. Although it's opened, it's just a small crack. The thing sealed inside can't come out to harm the world. I'm just afraid that Lotus Flower guy will cause mischief." Cold Plum replied, "How about this? Cold Plum, you come with me to the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace. On the way, give me a brief introduction of the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace. Remember, don't leak the news to avoid unnecessary trouble." Ling Xiao reminded. "Don't worry, Master." Cold Plum nodded. The 3 of them set off in secret. After all, it was the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace's ruins. To the savage beasts, it was a sacred place. If those beasts knew that they were going to enter the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace's ruins, they would definitely cause a ruckus. On the way, Cold Plum briefly explained the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace's ruins. Ling Xiao discovered a very strange point among them. According to Cold Plum, this Wilderness Martial Emperor had actually died in battle 10,000 years ago. But 5,000 years ago, he actually appeared again. Chapter 49:14. When the Wilderness Martial Emperor appeared again, a large-scale plague and war broke out in the Savage Beast region. This caused the Savage Beast region's strength to decrease sharply. After that, for some reason, the 3 powerhouses of the Savage Beast region joined forces to kill the Wilderness Martial Emperor and sealed the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace. The 3 powerhouses were the Beast Emperor, the Saintess, and the ancestor of the Dragon Shaman. It's really complicated. If I'm not wrong, the disaster that spread across the Savage Beast region 5,000 years ago was probably related to the Wilderness Martial Emperor. Perhaps Emperor Lianhua's discovery of his sealed location had something to do with that as well. However, this is all just speculation. We'll only know the truth after we enter the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace. Only then would Emperor Lianhua be able to sever his hopes. Next is the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace. The 3 of them chatted as they hurried along. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Just from the outside, they could feel the sinister and ominous aura inside the ruin. It was as if something evil that shouldn't exist was born here. If martial artists below the divine physique echelon were here, they wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying aura. They would instantly go berserk. Luckily, we didn't let more people in. Otherwise, something would have happened. The 3 of them entered the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace through the gap in the seal. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The 3 of them were all 6th-level divine physique echelon powerhouses. Whether it was their physical body or soul, they were much stronger than other martial artists. That was why there was no problem. Even so, they could still feel the terrifying evil aura constantly looking for an opportunity to invade. It was really dangerous. There were a total of 11 palaces in the Wilderness Martial Emperor Palace. They were arranged in order from the lowest to the highest. They were the residences of the 10 great demon overlords and the wilderness martial emperor. The wilderness martial emperor and the 10 great demon overlords were really powerful. Therefore, even if they were dead, Ling Xiao didn't dare to relax. They entered the first palace. The snake demon overlord originally lived here. The moment the three of them stepped into the palace, they felt a terrifying cold aura pervading the palace. Even they felt chills down their spines. In the void, the black mist would transform into a terrifying ghost face from time to time. It was hair-raising. "There's a coffin there." Yu Fenghua pointed at the bronze coffin hanging in midair. "Should I open it?" Cold Plum asked Ling Xiao. "Cold Plum, you are more familiar with the 10 great demon kings. What is this snake demon emperor afraid of?" Ling Xiao asked. According to historical records, the snake demon emperor fears fire the most. Cold Plum said, after some thought. "All right." Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly smashed the coffin down with a palm. At that moment, the shadow of a snake shot out from the coffin. The gloomy and cold aura became even more severe. "I've already prepared a burial place for you. Martial Spirit Barrier." Ling Xiao pounced on the snake's shadow and instantly activated his martial spirit barrier, trapping himself and the snake demon royal inside. At the same time, he transformed into the hell undying bird and released the terrifying heavenly flame. The entire martial spirit barrier was a sea of fire. Ling Xiao could feel a familiar aura from the snake demon royal's body. It was the aura of the undead race. However, this aura was not strong enough, so the snake demon royal had not recovered its former strength. It seemed like Yu Chen's information was very timely. If they didn't know about this and allowed these guys to accumulate their strength, it wouldn't be long before they wouldn't be a match for these terrifying undead creatures. The snake demon royal's current strength had only recovered to the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Therefore, in front of Ling Xiao's terrifying deviant flame, there was basically no chance of survival. It would continue until it was burned to ashes. Absorb. After killing the snake demon royal, Ling Xiao merged its beast soul into the 9-headed demon king snake's beast soul. It helped the 9-headed demon king snake grow to the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Previously, the beast soul was only at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon, so the power of its martial spirit's special skill was severely weakened. Now that it had advanced to the 6th level of the divine physique echelon, its power naturally increased greatly. What's going on? How did the snake demon royal, who was clearly dead, come back to life? Yu Fenghua was shocked. It seems like this lotus flower of ours already existed 5,000 years ago, but he had a special method to make himself immortal. I reckon that he had already created an undead calamity 5,000 years ago. It's a pity that it was interrupted for some reason. Although this was his guess, there were still many details in this matter that didn't make sense. Ling Xiao could only temporarily give up on the question in his heart. He felt that the answer might be in the last palace. Let's continue forward. In the 2nd palace, the three of them encountered the barbaric bull demon royal. This guy's physical body was incomparably strong. He was also much stronger than the snake demon royal. However, Cold Plum had a trick to deal with him, so they didn't waste too much time this time. The barbaric bull demon royal's strong physical body was practically useless in front of Cold Plum. He was killed just like that. Ling Xiao used the barbaric bull demon royal's beast soul to raise the blood thunderbull demon royal's beast soul to the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. This way, the bull god's body's combat power would become even stronger. Just like that, the three of them worked together and killed their way to the 8th palace. During this time, Ling Xiao relied on the demon royals' beast souls. He raised his 7 beast god martial souls to the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. They were the peerless heavenly rat, the blood lightning bull, the yin-yang cosmic tiger, the nether ghost rabbit, the 9-headed demon king snake, the hell nightmare, and the black death goat. There were still 3 more palaces. Hopefully, they could continue to work hard. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao really had to thank Yu Chen. If not for Yu Chen's information, he wouldn't have come to this place. He wouldn't have been able to gain so many benefits. Not only could he stop Lotus Flower's plan, but he could also become stronger. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Berserk Sheep Emperor in the 7th Palace has already reached the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. We have to hurry up. The longer we delay, the stronger the enemy will become. In the end, we might not be able to deal with them. Ling Xiao said worriedly as he increased his speed. That's right. The trouble we will encounter next might be even greater. If I remember correctly, the King Kong Ape Emperor on the 8th Palace should be one of the 10 demon royals. His strength wouldn't have recovered to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon, right? Cold Plum was also very worried. As they spoke, the 3 of them arrived at the 8th Palace. What shocked them was that the King Kong Ape Emperor wasn't in the coffin. It was as if the bronze coffin had been absorbed by his body. His entire body was shining with a metallic luster. Even so, he still emitted a crazy evil power. Demon Ox Fist. The moment Ling Xiao saw the King Kong Ape Emperor, he immediately made his move. He entered the bull god's body. He even used the demon venerable's power. He used the beast god's body to activate the demon fist. This was the demon ox fist. Chapter 49:15. Violent energy instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's fist. It smashed towards the Diamond Ape Emperor. After the previous upgrade, Ling Xiao's beast god body had become much stronger. No matter how strong the Diamond Ape Emperor's defense was, how could it block such a terrifying attack? The most terrifying thing was that Ling Xiao's fist was equipped with the Hand of Eternal Life that he had obtained from the Eternal Life Emperor. It was an Emperor artifact with 10 dragon patterns. Not only did it contain the power of the Demon Sovereign, but it also contained the power of the 5 elements. Boom! The Diamond Ape Emperor didn't seem to have the time to speak. It collided with Ling Xiao's fist. He was originally very confident in his physical body. However, under Ling Xiao's fist, it was smashed into pieces. Ling Xiao instantly devoured and absorbed its beast soul. He used it to increase the level of the Diamond Ape Emperor's beast soul. Luckily, the Diamond Ape Emperor didn't surpass the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon. However, it's already as strong as the Eternal Life Emperor without the heart of an expert. There are still 2 more. Good luck! Although he had defeated the Diamond Ape Emperor, Ling Xiao didn't relax for a moment. He entered the 9th floor with Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum. On the 9th floor, they encountered the terrifying Pig Emperor. The Pig Emperor was capable of swallowing any living thing it saw. Moreover, its combat power had already reached the 7th level divine physique echelon. Moreover, it had set a trap from the beginning. When Ling Xiao and the other 2 entered the 9th floor, they had actually entered its stomach. This guy's stomach was like a dimensional space. It was extremely huge. However, there was an upper limit. It was a spherical space with a diameter of 1,000 meters. If someone else was swallowed by it, they would be done for. However, Ling Xiao found a way to break it in an instant. He transformed into a huge hell undying bird. He directly caused the Pig Emperor to explode. After swallowing the beast soul, Tian Peng's beast soul rose to the 7th level divine physique echelon. After the Pig Emperor was killed, only one of the 10 great demon sovereigns was left. Of course, other than the 10 great demon sovereigns, there was also the last palace where the wilderness martial emperor was. The evil aura emanating from that place was getting stronger and stronger. This caused Ling Xiao to feel a strong sense of worry in his heart. The 10th palace should be where the Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor is. The Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor was originally the strongest of the 10 great demon emperors. In addition, the recovery time was the longest. Therefore, they must be the strongest. You must be careful. As Ling Xiao spoke, he did not stop walking. This was because they had no time to think at all. Every minute they delayed, the enemy would become stronger. Although this kind of recovery was not limitless, Ling Xiao believed that he would not be a match for the powerhouse from 10,000 years ago. Therefore, he could only kill them all before they recovered their full strength. Roar! Suddenly, a wolf howl was heard. The 10th palace actually shattered in response to the sound. A huge demonic wolf rushed out from inside. It seemed to be at least 100 meters tall. The huge claw was like a mountain range as it smashed towards Ling Xiao and the other two, Demon Ox Fist, Winter Plum Punishment, Boundless Moonlight. In that instant, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua attacked at the same time. 3 attacks flew towards the Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Under the 3 attacks, the Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor's huge claw was shattered. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to make another move. God-defying art 5-word style. His right hand used the Hand of Eternal Life to execute the Demon Ox Fist, while his left hand used the God-defying sword to execute a supreme sword skill. One after the other, there was almost no gap. In that instant, the Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor's body was cut into several pieces. Whoever dares to obstruct my resurrection will die. The Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor did not die because his body was cut into several pieces. He felt that his strength was even stronger than the previous 9 great demon emperors combined. His recovery ability was even more astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had completely reformed. A terrifying wolf howl resounded throughout the entire palace. His cultivation is the same as the Pig Emperor, at the early stage of the 7th level of the Divine Physique stage. However, his combat strength is much stronger than the Pig Emperor's. This guy is still improving. Ling Xiao's expression became serious. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he really did not know how powerful the Wilderness Martial Emperor would be. The God-defying art 5-word style was already Ling Xiao's most powerful sword skill. However, he was unable to kill the Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor. However, it was not without effect. Although the Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor had revived, he had clearly used up a large amount of divine essence in order to revive this time. That was enough. Bloodthirsty Plum Blossom. When Ling Xiao used the God-defying art, Cold Plum had already started preparing for her next attack. The Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor's body had just formed. A large number of plum blossoms wrapped around it like blood. It completely wrapped the huge Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor within, and it crazily devoured the Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor's divine essence. The originally incomparably huge plum blossom cage continued to shrink. In the end, it became only the size of a ball with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters. It seemed that it would continue to shrink. You can't kill me. The Howling Firmament Wolf Emperor was truly terrifying. Even under such a disadvantage, he was actually able to tear the plum blossom cage apart. He rushed out again. He charged towards Cold Plum at an extremely fast speed. It seemed that Cold Plum's attack had truly angered him. Shadow of the Ghost. Cold Plum's defense wasn't strong enough. Therefore, she chose the most advantageous way to fight. Since she couldn't take down the howling firmament wolf emperor, she instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared from her original spot. However, they had still underestimated the terror of this howling firmament wolf emperor. The moment Cold Plum disappeared, the howling firmament wolf emperor suddenly brandished his claws. A frenzied storm swept Long May out of her concealment. Cold Plum almost fainted from the impact. Streaks of blood appeared on his body. "I'll kill you!" The howling firmament wolf emperor did not let Cold Plum off just like that. He continued to charge forward, his huge claws clearly wanting to tear Cold Plum into pieces. He did not give Cold Plum any chance of survival. "Humph! You actually ignored my existence." Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't just stand by and watch. He had already predicted that Cold Plum would definitely not be a match for the howling firmament wolf emperor. Cold Plum could only reach the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique stage, at most. And this howling firmament wolf emperor was the king of the early stage of the 7th level of the divine physique stage. Therefore, he had already prepared his assistants from the start, seeing the howling firmament wolf emperor charging towards Cold Plum. Ling Xiao used the void-shattering finger, and it was the most powerful layer of the void-shattering finger, creating a void. In that instant, the howling firmament wolf emperor saw his huge claws enter a void that suddenly appeared. And then it was cut off. He jumped back in fright, because if he didn't do that, his entire body would have fallen into that terrifying space. Cold Plum was saved. "Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Kill you!" The howling firmament wolf emperor pounced towards Ling Xiao crazily, pouring all of his hatred onto Ling Xiao. Because his severed arm couldn't grow back. In order for a limb to grow back, it had to meet a condition, and that was that the originally severed limb had to be in the same space. However, the howling firmament wolf emperor's arm was trapped in the void by Ling Xiao, and it would be impossible to find it in a short period of time. Chapter 49:16. I'm going to eat you. Because of the pain in his arm, the howling firmament wolf emperor vented his hatred on Ling Xiao. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down on Ling Xiao. That stench made people feel as if they had fallen into a stinking hell. It was extremely uncomfortable. Moon of Winter. Just as the howling firmament wolf emperor was targeting Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua launched her attack. The bright moonlight shone down. In an instant, the howling firmament wolf emperor's body froze. Beautiful! Ling Xiao was very clear that this freeze would not last for long. Thus, he launched another attack. This time, the 5 words art in his right hand and the ox demon god fist in his left hand exploded at the same time. The berserk sword intent and the terrifying fist intent condensed into one. It heavily smashed onto the howling firmament wolf emperor's head. The howling firmament wolf emperor was sent flying. Fresh blood spurted out from his forehead. "It's really hard." Ling Xiao frowned. Even when these 2 powerful attacks were used at the same time, they only managed to stun the howling firmament wolf emperor. There were no signs of him being killed. However, he was not prepared to activate the fusion body. The fusion body was prepared to deal with the wilderness martial emperor. Now that he had the help of Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua, dealing with this howling firmament wolf emperor shouldn't be a problem. Bloodthirsty plum blossom, ancient war tree. Cold Plum continued to attack. A large area of plum blossoms once again enveloped the howling firmament wolf emperor. It continuously sucked the blood from the howling firmament wolf emperor's wounds. A gigantic tree that reached the heavens, and the earth appeared between heaven and earth. Countless branches extended out and formed a cage, preventing the howling firmament wolf emperor from escaping. The howling firmament wolf emperor struggled and broke free from the plum blossom cage for the second time. However, facing the endless vines of the ancient tree, he was unable to completely escape. Moon of Winter, descend again. Yu Fanghua also released the Moon of Winter. This caused the howling firmament wolf emperor's limbs to stiffen and his ability to struggle to weaken. Well done, leave the rest to me. This time, Ling Xiao did not use any martial skills. Wielding the reverse god sword, he stabbed it into the howling firmament wolf emperor's body. It frantically absorbed the essence of the howling firmament wolf emperor's flesh and blood. Earth-shattering screams continuously came out from the howling firmament wolf emperor's mouth. But in the face of these three great powerhouses joining forces, he ultimately became weaker and weaker. His body was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, his essence was sucked dry. He completely stopped struggling. Ling Xiao swallowed the howling firmament wolf emperor's beast soul to raise the level of the Cerberus's beast soul. It's finally over. This guy is really scary. If we allow him to recover his original strength, I'm afraid none of us will be his match. Seeing the howling sky wolf emperor being killed, Yu Fanghua sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter what, we've won. Let's go find the wilderness martial emperor. If that's the case, then this trip to the savage martial emperor palace will be meaningless. The biggest problem was still the wilderness martial emperor. This howling firmament wolf emperor already required the three of them to work together to kill it. It was estimated that Ling Xiao would have to use the body fusion technique to defeat the wilderness martial emperor. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the savage martial emperor palace not far away. An extremely evil energy burst out, causing people to feel extremely uncomfortable. However, this energy seemed to be restricted by something and was unable to leave the range of the last palace. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw through the layers of obstacles into the palace. However, the distance and clarity were very limited. The array inside was rather complicated, and the power of law was also very chaotic. It affected the vision of the Tai Chi eye. Be careful, there are 4 powerful existences inside. They should be experts sent by Lotus Flower. You must be careful. Ling Xiao reminded, and then took the lead to rush forward. Even though he knew that it was dangerous, he had no choice but to do it, because if he stayed here because of fear, the trouble would be even bigger. When he stepped into the last palace, the 3 of them did not see the wilderness martial emperor being released. However, they really saw 4 people, and among the 4 faces, there were 2 that Ling Xiao was very familiar with. One was Yang Fan, and the other was Huang Jinding. These 2 fellows had obviously eaten the heart of a powerhouse and had an explosive increase in their strength. Yang Fan was already an early stage, first level divine, physique, echelon martial artist. Huang Jinding was an advanced late stage 6th level divine, physique, echelon martial artist. The other 2 faces were unfamiliar. They should be 2 of the 10 kings of hell that followed Lotus Flower. They were numbered 8 and 7. Ling Xiao had already killed numbers 10 and 9 in the battle with the demon eye. It's actually you who came to ruin our good business again. Yang Fan's face was a little ugly. He had already failed the mission that Lotus Flower gave him twice. As the saying went, there was a first time and a second time, but there was no third time and a fourth time. If he failed again, he would definitely be killed by Lotus Flower. Even if he was Lotus Flower's disciple, he would not be an exception. We can be considered to have an ill-fated relationship, to actually meet again. Huang Jinding, the Nether Devil Lord, has already been killed. You should hurry up and die too. No need to struggle. Ling Xiao looked at the 4 of them and felt that he was very lucky. It turned out that these four fellows did not have the time to release the wilderness martial emperor, so he still had a chance. Humph, since you're here, don't even think about leaving alive. Huang Jinding, lead two kings of hell to stop these three fellows. I'll continue to be responsible for releasing the wilderness martial emperor. Yang Fan snorted. He did not know what happened at the Eternal Palace. Because of the battle at the Eternal Palace, all the undead warriors were killed. When the news reached Lotus Flower, he had already arrived at the Savage Beast region. If he knew that Ling Xiao could actually kill the Eternal Emperor, he probably wouldn't be as relaxed as he was now. Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this to happen, right? Now, my strength has already surpassed Bai Ye's. Today, I'll take back everything that I've lost. Huang Jinding roared and suddenly released a powerful aura. This aura was already different from Huang Jinding's in the past. This power was filled with an evil feeling, as if countless undead were crazily biting at Ling Xiao's aura. You three idiots! How dare you barge in here? This is the place where we, the undead race, are sealed. It's filled with the aura of death. To us, it's full of advantages. If we were outside, perhaps I would be a little worried. But in here, you can just wait for your death. Huang Jinding burst into maniacal laughter and madly attacked Ling Xiao. He engaged in a fierce battle with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not use the body fusion. Because the body fusion was his last resort, he had to save it for when he had no other choice. Obviously, it was not that time yet. The two of you should also attack. Yang Fan glanced at the other two kings of hell, then focused on opening the seal. He had a treasure in his hand that could continuously corrode the seal. Chapter 49:17. Previously, when the four of them worked together, they were faster. They had already corroded more than half of the seal. But now, Yang Fan could only work hard alone. 1,000 hands, I'll deal with the woman who uses moonlight. The seventh Yama chose Yufang Hua as his opponent, because his martial soul was the Dark Moon. He was also known as the Dark Moon Yama. Dark Moon against the Bright Moon. Wasn't this interesting? Be careful. These three guys are not simple. The 1,000 hands Yama revealed his true form and released thousands of hands. If it was someone with trypophobia, they would be scared to death. Dark Moon illusion. The Dark Moon Yama took the initiative to attack. His illusion was not only targeted at Yufang Hua, but also Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. No one stipulated that this battle was a one-on-one battle. In this battle, the opponent could change at any time, and they could be attacked by other opponents at any time. This was a chaotic battle. The terrible thing about chaotic battles was that you could never focus on the enemy in front of you. Bright Moon's secret technique. All dark illusions will not be able to exist under the moonlight. Yufang Hua formed seals with her hands. A bright moon appeared above her head. Where the moonlight shone, the illusion was completely dispelled and did not cause any effect. What? Little girl, you are indeed capable. The Dark Moon Yama did not dare to underestimate Yufang Hua. He no longer used his illusion to deal with the other two, but focused on dealing with Yufang Hua, because he had a feeling that if he did not pay enough attention to the enemy in front of him, he would really die. I told you not to underestimate the enemy. None of these three are weak. The 1,000 hands, Yama frowned. Cut the crap. It's just breaking the Dark Moon illusion. It's just a small trick. I will kill her soon. The Dark Moon Yama did not like being reprimanded. At this time, Ling Xiao was fighting with the Golden Cauldron while observing the characteristics of the three enemies. He was too familiar with the Golden Cauldron, even though it had changed a lot. But it was still good at attacking, as usual. It was tyrannical by nature, especially the Golden Cauldron martial soul. Now it had turned into a pitch-black magic cauldron. He felt that not only had its power increased, but its defense had also become stronger. The Dark Moon Yama seemed to be a Yama who specialized in secret techniques. He did not know if Yufanghua was good at dealing with such existences, but he was very good at it. He had the demonic eye and a powerful soul force. He could definitely kill this guy in the shortest amount of time. As for the Thousand Hands Yama, he should be good at speed and large-scale attacks. His thousands of arms were extremely fast, although Ling Xiao believed that Cold Plum could handle it. But it should be more time-consuming. One-on-one was not the best way for them to fight. Feng Hua, Cold Plum, withdraw from the battle and assist from the side. He had to seize every opportunity to attack. Either trap the enemy or deal a fatal blow to the enemy, or give me defense. I'll be the main attacker for these three. Ling Zhao's battle prowess was the strongest among the three. There was no problem for it to be used as a blade to attack. Yufanghua and Cold Plum's martial souls were actually better at assisting in battle. Using them to assist him could make the battle twice the result with half the effort. Kid, don't you think you're looking down on people a little too much? Huang Jinding was furious. Ling Xiao was fighting with him, but he dared to divert his attention to talk to Yufanghua and Cold Plum. This was simply not putting him in his eyes. So he was extremely furious, and a black aura erupted from his body. A huge black demonic cauldron appeared behind him, making his aura even more terrifying. Demonic cauldron kill. The demonic cauldron martial soul was released, and it fell like a demonic mountain, wanting to smash Ling Xiao to death. This rage enveloped Cold Plum and Yufanghua at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered and did not even look at it. Under the ox god's body, he directly punched out, smashing the huge demonic cauldron into pieces in midair. This scene really gave Huang Jinding a fright. He had clearly swallowed the heart of an expert and become extremely powerful. But why did it seem so easy to deal with Ling Xiao? The gap even seemed to be bigger than before. The beast god's body is indeed worthy of its reputation. This violent power and terrifying physical body, together with the hand of eternal life, the emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns, it's too powerful. Cold Plum was shocked. Ling Xiao pushed back the demonic cauldron, but his attack did not stop. He directly released the sun god's blood formation under the beast god's body. The martial soul formation's effect was greatly enhanced. Ling Xiao actually disappeared from his spot in an instant. What? Yang Fan, who was corroding the seal, suddenly felt a terrifying force approaching. He subconsciously took out what seemed to be a magic treasure. It was a jade-green spherical shield that covered his entire body. Because he knew that Ling Xiao was very cunning, it was very difficult to determine where Ling Xiao would attack from. It was better to protect his entire body. This way, no matter which direction Ling Xiao chose to attack from, he could not hurt him. Bang! The shield's defensive power was extremely strong. Ling Xiao's sudden attack was blocked by the spherical shield. But the moment the shield blocked Ling Xiao's attack, it shattered. You want to block my attack? Can you do it? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. Just as the attack from his right hand landed, the attack from his left hand landed. The demon ox's fist smashed down wildly. Yang Fan had no choice but to wave an arm to block. In the end, Ling Xiao broke his arm. Why aren't you stopping him? Yang Fan was furious. At this moment, Huang Jinding and the other 2 Yama rushed over at the same time. They tried to stop Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used the vertical golden light technique and instantly disappeared from his spot, returning to his original position. There was no need for him to say anything. Cold Plum's attack had already been released. A huge ancient war tree formed between heaven and earth. The 4 of them were all wrapped up in it. The current Yang fan, let alone corroding the seal, had to constantly block the attacks of those vines. The attack power of the vines was not strong, but as long as it touched it, it would suck away a portion of the divine essence. No one could stand this. Blood barrier. Yang Fan was a 7th-level divine body realm expert, after all. Facing the huge ancient war tree, he released a blood-red barrier, completely enveloping himself and the seal that was about to be opened. As long as those vines touched the blood barrier, they would corrode and burn. They could not hurt the other party at all. Kill those 3 guys first. Ling Xiao realized that Yang Fan's blood enchantment was not something that could be easily broken, so he could only deal with the 3 guys outside first. At this moment, these 3 guys were entangled by Cold Plum's ancient war tree. Although they would not die, it would be difficult for them to escape. They could only desperately cut off those vines. This gave Ling Xiao an excellent opportunity. Feng Hua, cooperate with Cold Plum to control Huang Jinding and the Thousand Hands Yama. I'll kill the Dark Moon, Yama first. The Dark Moon Yama was good at secret techniques. Once he escaped, it would cause a lot of trouble. So, he had to be eliminated immediately. Chapter 49:18. Dark Moon Phantom. The Dark Moon Yama sneered when he saw Ling Xiao charging at him. He used an illusion technique. He didn't believe that if Yu Fenghua could break the illusion, so could Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, whether he believed it or not, Ling Xiao was stronger than him in terms of illusion techniques. Eye of the Illusion Demon. Ling Xiao's left eye flashed with a strange light. It had actually reflected Dark Moon Phantom's illusion. The Dark Moon Yama was caught off guard and was hit. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to stab his sword into Dark Moon Yama's body, sucking him dry. The pitiful Dark Moon Yama still couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could have such a terrifying illusory ability. Next, Thousand Hands Yama. It was even easier to deal with Thousand Hands Yama. He just had to attack. Ling Xiao's attack and speed were far superior to Thousand Hands Yama. However, in order to take down this guy as soon as possible, he first used the god-defying art to make Thousand Hands Yama resist desperately. Then, he used the void-shattering finger to shatter the void and completely crush Thousand Hands Yama's hands. Thousand Hands Yama, who had lost his strongest support, was killed by Cold Plum's ancient war tree. Last one, Golden Cauldron. Among these 3 guys, Golden Cauldron was definitely the strongest. Therefore, Ling Xiao left him for last. With the help of Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum, Ling Xiao punched dozens of times with the endless Demon Ox Fist and smashed Golden Cauldron into a bloody mist. Immortal Demonic Cauldron. Even so, Golden Cauldron didn't die. The black demonic cauldron appeared in the void and covered Golden Cauldron's last remnant soul. It was completely wrapped up. The evil aura in the surroundings kept pouring into the demonic cauldron, helping Golden Cauldron reconstruct his body. In your dreams, Ancient War Tree, absorb. Cold Plum controlled the Ancient War Tree to wrap around the demonic cauldron. The evil aura of death was cut off by the Ancient War Tree and merged into the Ancient War Tree. The Ancient War Tree was originally discovered in the world of souls. Therefore, he was completely unafraid of the aura of death. However, it still had its limits. With the continuous influx of energy, many vines exploded due to the expansion. Feng Hua, I'll blast open the demonic cauldron, and you kill him. As Ling Xiao spoke, he already condensed large amounts of divine essence onto the reverse god sword in his right hand. Divine essence gathered. The god-defying art was unleashed. The martial Tao and sword Qi merged into one. Its power became even more violent. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the demonic tripod. Bang! After a terrifying sound, the demonic tripod started to crack and finally shattered. corroding moon. At that moment, Yu Fanghua waved her hands, and thousands of moonlight blades shot through the air. It tore the golden cauldron that was recovering under the demonic cauldron to pieces. Without the influx of external energy, it was impossible for the golden cauldron to heal. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to use the Void God's sword to absorb the essence of the golden cauldron. This made it impossible for the golden cauldron to make a comeback. This absorption raised the reverse god Taoya's combat power to the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. After all, the reverse god sword had been eating its fill ever since it entered the savage martial emperor palace. After absorbing a lot of energy essence, it was time for the reverse god Taoya's strength to increase. After killing the golden cauldron, they had finally gotten rid of this traitor for the Golden Sky region. However, Ling Xiao didn't look happy. This was because Yang Fan was currently activating the formation that sealed the savage martial emperor. The blood barrier wrapped everything inside and didn't give them any chance to kill Yang Fan. Ancient War Tree blasted open. The ancient war tree had absorbed too much energy, and its vines kept exploding. This was the perfect time to put it to good use. Thousands of terrifying explosions could be heard outside the blood barrier. The blood barrier was constantly bombarded. Although there were many cracks, they quickly healed. Yang Fan frowned, but he wasn't worried. He was using supreme-grade spirit stones to maintain the blood barrier. No matter how strong the opponent's attack was, as long as the supreme-grade spirit stones weren't used up, the blood barrier couldn't be broken. This was what he felt most at ease about. At the very least, no one in the 4 regions and 9 worlds could resist the power of supreme-grade spirit stones. This time, in order to complete the mission given by Lotus Flower, he had brought hundreds of supreme-grade spirit stones. It was definitely enough. Moon of Winter. At this moment, Yu Fanghua also launched her attack. She wanted to see if the blood barrier could be frozen. As everyone knew, anything that was frozen would become more fragile. This was the best time to destroy it. Yang Fan's expression changed. Once the blood barrier was frozen, the formation couldn't operate, and it would be troublesome. Therefore, he snorted and stopped activating the seal. He turned around and condensed a terrifying curse seal. It blasted toward Yu Fanghua. Yang Fan's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 7th level divine body realm. Although his combat power wasn't stronger than Yu Fanghua's, Yu Fanghua was attacking the blood barrier. She couldn't defend at all. If she was hit by this terrifying curse seal, she would definitely be severely injured. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't just sit by and do nothing. With a punch, he deflected the curse seal. The curse seal hit the pillar next to it. In an instant, the pillar corroded and became rotten. The scene was extremely strange. I'll add more ice for you. Dragon God's ice formation. Ling Xiao realized that the ice was indeed effective against the blood barrier. Therefore, he simply used the ice formation. Under the double cold, a layer of ice appeared on the blood barrier, and its operation gradually slowed down. Here's my chance. Ling Xiao put away the Void God's sword and gathered a large amount of divine energy and the surrounding 5 elements on the hand of eternal life. Endless demonic ox fists erupted. Huge fists crazily bombarded the already fragile blood enchantment. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that he couldn't rely on the blood barrier to stop the 3 lunatics outside. Therefore, he used all his divine energy to open the seal. At this moment, the seal was already 2/3 open. As long as he put in a bit more effort, he might be able to open the seal before Ling Xiao broke the barrier. However, he still underestimated the power of Ling Xiao's endless demonic ox fists. After all, Ling Xiao was wearing the hand of eternal life. The 10-Dragon Mark Monarch armament's amplification of attack was not small. Crack! Crack! The blood barrier directly collapsed. The terrifying fist shadow landed on Yang Fan's body, causing Yang Fan to sway in the wind like a rag. It wasn't that he couldn't, but because he was completely focused on breaking the seal, he didn't have any defense against Ling Xiao's attack. Yang Fan couldn't hold on much longer. The seal that wasn't completely opened was actually torn apart by the power inside. A huge claw stretched out from inside and blocked Ling Xiao's demonic ox fists. Crap, the seal is open. Yu Fanghua cried out in alarm and frowned. Don't panic. A wilderness martial emperor who just came out can't be too strong. Ling Xiao could only comfort himself like this. He didn't expect that the seal would only be opened about 3/4. It could have been stopped, but who knew that the wilderness martial emperor could tear the seal apart from the inside? Chapter 49:19. As one claw reached out, the other claw reached out as well. Rumor has it that the savage martial emperor is a 3-headed dragon with divine dragon bloodline. Although it's not a real divine dragon, it's still very powerful. That's evident from the sharp claws. Those claws are very similar to the divine dragon's claws. Welcome, savage martial emperor. Because Yang Fan is injured, he can only hide behind the savage martial emperor. While healing, he excitedly watches the savage martial emperor break free from the seal. Boom! At this moment, the seal completely shattered. A terrifying aura like a volcanic eruption gushes out from the seal. This aura is evil and powerful. This caused the entire palace to shake nonstop. That frightening power blasted a large hole in the palace. Ha 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 ha, success. I didn't expect that I, the savage martial emperor, would be able to break free after 10,000 years. I have to thank the lotus flower. Following the voice, the black storm gradually condensed into a human figure. However, this person had 3 heads, and each head had a completely different appearance and expression. He's wearing a black robe and is 2 meters tall. Although he doesn't look old, he's actually an old monster that has been sealed for 10,000 years. Those fierce eyes stare at Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. Sure enough, I guessed right. Ling Xiao smelled the scent of the heart of a powerhouse from the savage martial emperor's body. In other words, the savage martial emperor also swallowed the heart of a powerhouse and became an undead monster. Thus, it led to a calamity in the Savage Beast region. Later, the 3 powerhouses of the Savage Beast region worked together to seal him. It's not that they don't want to kill the savage martial emperor, but they can't. Kid, you should be the person that the lotus flower is most afraid of, right? This old man can feel that although your cultivation isn't high, your body has the aura of the beast god that this old man hates the most. You should be a beast god martial artist, right? The savage martial emperor stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "As long as I kill you, the human army will be defeated. This time, the 4 regions and 9 worlds will truly be in the hands of us undead. We are the chosen ones of the heavens. Not only do we have the most perfect bodies, but we are also powerful. Moreover, they had great strength and could turn humans into undead. You humans are pitifully weak. You should disappear from this world as soon as possible." "You sure are confident." Ling Xiao looked at the wilderness martial emperor and sneered. "I'm sorry, but I, a puny human martial artist, will kill you here." He could feel that the wilderness martial emperor, who had just escaped from the cage, was only slightly stronger than the howling firmament wolf emperor. It was not even comparable to the eternal emperor's ability to devour the hearts of experts. As long as he seized the opportunity to kill this fellow, he would not continue to grow stronger. If he waited until this fellow's strength recovered to its peak state, then the 4 regions and 9 realms would truly be hopeless. Good, you're really confident. Unfortunately, I've already seen your strength clearly. Yang Fan, you're in charge of killing those 2 women. Leave this brat to me. The wilderness martial emperor also knew that he had just escaped from the cage, and his strength had yet to recover to its peak. It could even be said that he had not recovered much at all. If the 3 of them joined forces, it would be troublesome. That was why he asked Yang Fan for help. If you can't kill him, you can hold him back. Once I've dealt with this brat, I'll go and help. The wilderness martial emperor added, Understood. Yang Fan was also very clear that the longer the wilderness martial emperor lived, the stronger he would become. As long as he could hold back Yufanghua and Cold Plum, then they would definitely win today's battle. No, the undead calamity would also be a complete victory. The entire 4 regions and 9 realms would become an undead paradise filled with death. Sword, come. The wilderness martial emperor waved his hand. A long sword filled with inchi flew out from the seal. It was burning with purple flames. One look, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary weapon. You use a sword, I also use a sword. Today, I want to see just whose sword is sharper. Don't worry, although my violet fire-flowing cloud sword was once much stronger than the sword in your hand, it has been sealed for a long time. However, after being sealed for so long, he could only unleash the power of an emperor armament with 10 dragon patterns. So, if you lose, don't blame your weapon for not being good enough. Blame yourself for being too weak. The wilderness martial emperor sneered. Holding the violet fire-flowing cloud sword, the wilderness martial emperor's aura changed. He finally had the aura of a king. It was as if the wilderness martial emperor had been reborn, and not as an undead monster. At this moment, he released an extremely domineering sword intent. Under the cover of this sword intent, he seemed to have turned into a sword, a peerless treasure sword. Good sword intent. Ling Xiao laughed and suddenly attacked. 5 rays of sword chi pierced through the air and condensed into an even thicker ray of sword chi in the air. It pierced towards the wilderness martial emperor. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time. He had to end the battle quickly. At the same time he released the sword chi, he had already entered the fused body state. This was the only way to quickly kill the wilderness martial emperor in a one-on-one battle. This was also the reason why he had left the fused body state for last. If he had used it before, he probably would not have the chance now. The terrifying sword chi directly cut open the space, revealing a shining crack. Chi, it was as fast as lightning. Even the wilderness martial emperor would not be able to adapt to it after leaving the cage. So in that instant, he had no time to dodge. The wilderness martial emperor frowned and waved the violet fire-flowing cloud sword in his hand. He released a ray of purple sword chi. This sword chi turned into a dragon in the air. It was extremely ferocious. It emitted the ferocious aura of a demon beast, as if it wanted to devour everything in front of it. The 2 attacks suddenly collided. For a moment, the hall was filled with sparks, and it burst out crazily. The space seemed to be distorted. The whole scene was filled with a sense of dissonance. The 3 people at the side could not even see the path of the 2 rays of sword chi. Their faces were filled with shock. Puff, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the wilderness martial emperor hurriedly blocked it. In addition, he did not predict the terror of Ling Xiao's fused body state. In a battle between experts, a mistake could lead to death. He made 2 mistakes in a row. It was already good enough that he was able to survive. Now that he was only injured, it could be said that it was a blessing in disguise. It was enough to see the strength of the wilderness martial emperor. Violet fire-flying dragon. The moment he was injured, the wilderness martial emperor suddenly burst out with a martial technique and launched a counterattack. This guy was indeed an expert in the past. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, he knew how to turn the situation around. This sword was incomparably violent. It was like a sea of fire, like a raging wind. As a sword expert of a generation, this was very rare in the savage beast region. So, the wilderness martial emperor had sparred with other sword experts of other factions many times. He gathered the strengths of tens of thousands of sects and formed his own unique sword technique. Not only was the technique very good, but the power was also very domineering. However, Ling Xiao had the help of the Tai Chi Eye. In terms of technique, he would not lose to him. How could he let his counterattack succeed? Chapter 49:20. Ling Xiao had just executed the reverse god art with his right hand. He blasted out an explosive punch from his left and right. It directly blasted the wilderness martial emperor's sword move apart. The ferocious fist energy even directly bombarded the wilderness martial emperor's body, causing him to vomit blood again. It's been a long time since I've seen a martial artist who can use both his left and right hand at the same time. The last time I saw it was 10,000 years ago. However, do you know what happened to him? Relying on this insignificant skill, he wanted to defeat this emperor. In the end, he was cut into a bloody mist. The wilderness martial emperor's face was somewhat pale, his eyes emitting a cruel killing intent. Although he was injured twice by Ling Xiao, he believed that it wasn't because he was too weak. It was because he underestimated the enemy. My insignificant skill, didn't it hurt you too? Why don't you try to hurt me? Ling Xiao mocked. At the beginning, he was indeed very afraid of this guy. But after a few exchanges, he gradually realized, it's not that the older you are, the stronger you are. Although the wilderness martial emperor was a monster from 10,000 years ago, but under the premise that his power had not recovered. His fighting skills were actually very backward. A martial artist's power may continue to grow as time passes. This was the reason why the longer a martial artist lived, the stronger he looked. But fighting skills were different. All kinds of fighting skills were honed and modified from generation to generation. The current fighting skills were most suitable for this era. In this aspect, the wilderness martial emperor was somewhat outdated. Perhaps the black tortoise continent 10,000 years ago was much more abundant than now, so the wilderness martial emperor's fighting skills did not care about the consumption of spirit chi. This caused the power to be very different from what he imagined. He could not fight according to the wilderness martial emperor's idea. Because of this, Ling Xiao had a huge advantage in this aspect. Understanding this, Ling Xiao was even more confident. What an arrogant brat! The wilderness martial emperor looked at Ling Xiao's confident expression and felt very unhappy. With a roar, the purple fire-flowing cloud sword in his hand attacked again. This time, the move still did not change, but the power increased a lot. The purple flame turned into a terrifying dragon. It was 10 times bigger than before. Its power was also 10 times stronger. Old man, since you're already dead, just stay underground and don't come out. What a disgrace. Ling Xiao had no intention of retreating in the face of the wilderness martial emperor's powerful attack. He also held the void god's sword and met force with force, thrusting his sword forward. Ling Xiao, who was in the state of fusion, even had a huge advantage against the current wilderness martial emperor. This was also the reason why he dared to meet force with force. 5 streaks of sword light tore the flood dragon apart. Ling Xiao once again unleashed the tyrannical demon Ox Fist. The violent fist energy smashed into Man Huang martial emperor's body, shattering more than a dozen of his bones. The wilderness martial emperor howled in pain. Ling Xiao had no intention of stopping. Next, fists and sword lights were released continuously. They surrounded the wilderness martial emperor and attacked fiercely. He had to kill the wilderness martial emperor in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, as time went on, the possibility of winning would become smaller and smaller. As long as you can't kill me, I will definitely kill you in the end. Enduring the pain of Ling Zhao's attacks, the wilderness martial emperor kept defending. One had to admit that this old man had some skills. Although he hadn't fought for many years, he knew that his current strength was not as good as Ling Zhao's. So he adopted a new battle strategy: full defense. As long as he didn't die, he would become stronger. He was well aware of this. Furthermore, according to his careful analysis, Ling Zhao's sudden increase in combat power would definitely not last for long. After this time, even if he didn't become stronger, that kid would be finished. So right now, he could only endure. Do you think that if you keep defending, I can't do anything to you? How naive. Cosmic Light Fist. Time stop. When Ling Zhao punched out, Yi Zichen was stunned. With the wilderness martial emperor as the center, time suddenly twisted. At that moment, the wilderness martial emperor realized how terrifying it was. No, he roared in his heart. At that moment, he could clearly feel that Ling Zhao's void god sword was quickly approaching him, but he couldn't move. Even his thoughts seemed to have been frozen in that instant. From the inside to the outside, from the soul to the body, everything stopped. The flow of spirit essence also stopped. It was like he was cursed by the god of time, as if many years had passed, but it also seemed like a flash. Ling Zhao's void god sword pierced the edge of the wilderness martial emperor's soul realm. Time seemed to have returned to normal. The void god sword directly pierced through the wilderness martial emperor's head, causing a mist of blood to erupt. Ling Zhao didn't continue fighting. After the sword pierced through, his body turned into a golden light and retreated. He appeared a few hundred meters away. Although he pierced through the wilderness martial emperor's soul realm, he didn't know if he could kill this old man. After all, this guy was very special, even among the undead. He was very special. Wah! The wilderness martial emperor let out an earth-shattering scream. His entire head seemed to be filled with Ling Zhao's sword qi, devouring and tearing it apart. At this moment, he was both frightened and angry. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul realm was injured and he almost died, he would have cultivated a special cultivation technique. He transferred his soul realm into his body. Then, he would definitely be dead with this sword. But even so, this sword still used up nearly half of his spirit essence. The violent sword qi was still wreaking havoc in his head. Unable to completely remove it, he had to use his spirit essence to resist it to catch his breath. Every time I see Master use such a martial skill, I feel amazed. Master is indeed the most terrifying genius in the world. Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua teamed up to deal with Yang Fan. It was actually very easy. Both of them had the strength to defeat early-stage, 7th-level divine, physique echelon martial artists. The two of them teaming up gave Yang Fan a lot of face. Yang Fan was also very powerful. He wasn't an ordinary martial artist, but a genius. So, facing the combined attack of Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua, he could still hold his ground. But it was impossible for him to find the time to help the wilderness martial emperor. Looks like I'm going to win this battle. Ling Zhao sneered. Bastard, you want to win against me? Dream on. Calamity power, burn. Use countless souls as sacrifices in exchange for my powerful rebirth. The wilderness martial emperor was almost killed. He didn't dare to look down on Ling Zhao. Because his strength was recovering slowly, he chose the forbidden technique that he shouldn't have used. The forbidden technique could only last for 10 minutes, but it was extremely powerful. After 1 minute, his body would suffer a backlash. The longer it lasted, the more terrifying the backlash would be until his body was completely crippled. The wilderness martial emperor was forced into a corner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such a crazy method. After all, Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. If he didn't do this, he would die. Chapter 49:21. The power of death on the savage martial emperor burned like a black flame. The flame was fierce, but it wasn't hot. Instead, it was unusually cold. It was like a cold wind from hell. As the black flame burned, the savage martial emperor's combat power rose sharply. He had already reached the late stage of the divine physique realm from the early stage, although he hadn't broken through this limit. However, even Ling Xiao was having a headache dealing with such combat power. Of course, it was just a headache. Ling Xiao wasn't worried that he couldn't defeat his opponent. Instead, he was worried that the time of the fusion was up. It had been about 5 minutes since he had activated the fused body. There were still 25 minutes left. Flood dragon swallows the sun. The savage martial emperor's head that was wrapped in black flames suddenly extended and turned into 3 flood dragons that bit at Ling Xiao. Boom! The 3 flood dragons were blocked by Ling Xiao. However, the terrifying power still sent Ling Xiao flying. The flood dragon opened its bloody mouth, still wanting to swallow Ling Xiao, who was flying backward. Puff! Ling Xiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had really become stronger. This opponent could already hurt him. Cosmic Light Fist. Time stop. While flying, Ling Xiao suddenly formed a fist with his left hand. A terrifying power was formed in an instant. The savage martial emperor was shocked. He actually gave up on Ling Xiao and hurriedly withdrew the 3 flood dragon heads, because he had developed a strong fear of the Cosmic Light Fist. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Since he had suffered from this move before, he naturally didn't want to suffer again. However, the moment he withdrew his attack, he realized that he had been tricked. Ling Xiao was just scaring him. He didn't use the Cosmic Light Fist at all. However, he used this bluff to turn the situation around and launched a counterattack. At that moment, the savage martial emperor's face flushed red. He felt ashamed and angry. He couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. He had actually been frightened by the other party's bravado and lost the best opportunity to turn the tables. It was really too embarrassing. "Hey, are you regretting it?" Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded. The moment he regained control of the situation, he found the next opportunity to attack. It had already arrived in front of the wilderness martial emperor. Furthermore, he had used the true cosmic light God Fist. Time stop. Damn it! Wilderness martial emperor realized that he had been tricked again. However, there was nothing he could do about it. When this punch was thrown out, time suddenly stopped within the range of the fist wind. He couldn't do anything. Even his anger seemed to have been frozen. He could only watch as the void god's sword in Ling Xiao's right hand stabbed into his body again. This time, the stab was aimed at his heart. In that instant, the heart of the wilderness martial emperor exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, but it was instantly burned into nothingness by the black flames. The violent sword Qi did not just destroy his heart. With the heart as the center, the wilderness martial emperor's body was basically ground to pieces. There were only 2 fingers left. 1 toe, 1 finger. Not dead yet. After Ling Xiao's attack, he quickly used the earth-crossing golden light technique to return to his original position. After such a powerful attack, his spirit energy would also be momentarily blocked. He would be unable to attack or defend. This was the most dangerous moment. Thus, quickly leaving the enemy was the best choice. Black smoke billowed and flesh wriggled. Ling Xiao saw that the wilderness martial emperor, who only had 2 fingers left, was rapidly recovering. Bastard, I will definitely kill you. You actually destroyed my body. Although he was able to recover, the price he had to pay this time was extremely high. His spirit energy was greatly consumed. His soul realm was also affected. Although he had promptly transferred his spirit energy to his fingers, he was still injured. Even now, he still felt a tearing pain in his soul. After suffering such pain, he was both shocked and angry. Of course, he was shocked because someone like Ling Xiao could actually injure him and even threaten him. He might lose his life because of this. Angry because he wanted revenge. Die. The moment the wilderness martial emperor recovered, he once again attacked Ling Xiao. His body had completely transformed into beast form. Even the violet flame flowing cloud sword had fused into his arm. The huge, three-headed dragon disregarded everything and pounced on his enemy Ling Xiao. "Want to play? I'll compensate you." Ling Xiao also completely entered the beast god body. He turned into a huge hell undying bird. He crazily clashed with the three-headed dragon. Although the three-headed dragon was powerful, it was still a demonic beast. Ling Xiao's beast god body was a true divine beast. The difference between them was obvious. The three-headed dragon was sent flying by Ling Xiao's huge claw. Ling Xiao did not give his opponent any chance. Around his body, 24 primordial blood jade talismans suddenly appeared. This was the only magic treasure that could be used in the divine beast form. 24 primordial blood jade talismans suddenly fell. They ruthlessly nailed into the wilderness martial emperor's huge body. The three heads of the wilderness martial emperor let out a crazy roar in extreme pain. Kill! Ling Xiao activated his divine energy and poured the beast god power into the primordial blood jade talismans. It formed an even stronger suppression, making it impossible for the wilderness martial emperor's huge, three-headed flood dragon to escape. He could only desperately struggle to survive. Demonic illusion, When the wilderness martial emperor was extremely weak, Ling Xiao used the first level of the demonic eye, the demonic illusion eye. A purple light suddenly shot into the wilderness martial emperor's body. The wilderness martial emperor's soul realm was suddenly ravaged and cut by the terrifying purple sword. Immense pain constantly came from the depths of his soul. The wilderness martial emperor's miserable howls became louder and louder. Divine soul protection. The wilderness martial emperor felt that if he did not do anything, his soul realm would really be destroyed. At that time, he would not be able to revive. Therefore, he used the only method he knew to protect his soul realm. At that moment, an even bigger three-headed dragon suddenly appeared in his soul realm. It blocked the destruction of the purple sword. It crazily clashed with the purple sword. Speaking of which, if the wilderness martial emperor was not injured, this divine soul protection might really be able to protect his soul. But he was injured. Even his soul was injured. Therefore, this time, there was a flaw. "It's time to end this," Ling Xiao expressionlessly said, holding the reverse god sword. He directly jumped onto the three-headed dragon's body. He fiercely stabbed it in. At this moment, the wilderness martial emperor's body was being suppressed by the primordial blood jade talisman. His soul was being suppressed by Ling Xiao's illusion technique. There was no way to resist. The reverse god sword was fully activated. It violently absorbed the essence of the wilderness martial emperor's divine energy. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. If I were to recover my original cultivation, how could you possibly be a match for me, you lowly ant?" The wilderness martial emperor's voice became softer and softer, and finally completely disappeared. The dignified supreme existence of the past was finally laid to rest. Everyone read. Chapter 49:22. If it's just a seal. Who knows when the wilderness martial emperor will be awakened? Now, the real wilderness martial emperor can finally rest in peace. The wilderness martial emperor, who was bewitched to eat the heart of an expert, has completely fallen. On the other side, Yang Fan saw that the situation wasn't good and turned to flee. This guy is Lotus Flower's disciple, so he has a lot of treasures on him. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum wanted to chase after him, but they didn't have the chance. That kid got away again. But it doesn't matter. I want to see how many treasures he has. Ling Xiao sneered and canceled the fusion. Although it can still be maintained for a while, it consumes too much stamina. So, it's a wise choice to withdraw. When I can kill such an expert with my original body's fighting strength, it'll be a real success. Ling Xiao sighed. Although he killed the Wilderness Martial Emperor and used the Wilderness Martial Emperor's beast soul to strengthen his Frost Divine Dragon martial soul. But he's still not satisfied. The time limit of the fusion is a huge risk. He must overcome it as soon as possible. Come out. Ling Xiao suddenly looked behind the ruins in the distance and shouted sternly, "Don't be so fierce. I'm only hiding because I want to avoid Yang Fan." Yuchen walked out from behind the ruins. "Are you satisfied with my information this time? Can you trust me now?" "We can cooperate for now. If you obediently give me the information, I'll spare your life when the war is over. But if you want to play tricks, don't blame me for being impolite," Ling Xiao said coldly. Although he felt that Yu Chun should be trustworthy, there's nothing unchanging in this world. If Yu Chun can betray Lotus Flower, she can also betray him. It's always right to be careful. I'm relieved to hear that. His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, won't go back on his words. Yu Chun smiled and said, "According to reliable information, the Beast Emperor has already joined Lotus Flower and devoured the heart of an expert." The Dragon Shaman was still hesitating. Lotus Flower ordered the Beast Emperor to plant the Tree of Experts in the Savage Beast region. To put it bluntly, it was a fruit tree that produced the hearts of powerhouses. It was also known as the undead fruit tree. Not only could this tree produce the heart of a powerhouse, but when it bloomed, it would release a fragrance that could be smelled by humans if they had any distracting thoughts. He would become an undead. Of course, those who would be affected by the fragrance of the flowers were basically martial artists below the divine physique realm. The stronger you are, the stronger your resistance will be. Ling Xiao didn't interrupt Yu Chun. This information was simply too important. If the Lotus Flower had his way, then the undead could be produced continuously. Furthermore, this process was basically irreversible. Once transformed into an undead monster through the heart of a powerhouse, there was no way to revert back. This terrifying power was even more terrifying than the demonic eye. Yu Chun continued, "Lotus Flower is currently busy restoring his divine body, so he doesn't have the time to suspect me. However, his subordinates were no fools. In the future, the amount of information I can get will be less and less. Therefore, you have to seize every piece of information you can get. The Beast Emperor is currently in the Wind Wolf Nation of the Savage Beast region. The Wind Wolf Nation belongs to the Beast Emperor Palace and is very large. It's located at the border between the chaotic Desert Sea and the Savage Beast region. It's convenient for the Beast Emperor to make a deal with Lotus Flower. You'd better put an end to this plan as soon as possible. Otherwise, thousands of martial artists may be turned into undead by then. Moreover, the undead transformed by the undead fruit tree would be stronger than the original, although it's not as effective as the heart of a powerhouse. It's also very troublesome. All right, I have to go. The longer I stay with you, the more likely I'll be suspected. I don't know when the next information will be, but I'll try my best." Yu Chun quickly left after he finished speaking. Ling Xiao didn't stop him. Yu Chen's performance these 2 times was indeed not bad. He crushed Lotus Flower's plot to revive the savage martial emperor. Now, he even revealed information about the undead fruit tree. Ling Xiao basically believed that Yu Chen really wanted to cooperate with him. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why he did all this. As expected, he still made a move on the Savage Beast region. Back at the Heroes' Gathering, only the Savage Beast region and the Heaven's Sacred Land hadn't been dealt with. Who would have thought that they'd become a huge loophole now? Moreover, the Beast Emperor actually joined forces with Lotus Flower in order to firmly control the Beast Emperor Palace and the entire Savage Beast region. Fortunately, the Dragon Shaman is still hesitating. Otherwise, it'd be even worse. Ling Xiao frowned. It looked like he really was racing against time. There's no time to lose. Let's find Little Gold first. I'm not familiar with the Savage Beast region. Little Gold is a prince of the Beast Emperor Palace. He should know the way to the Wind Wolf Nation. Ling Xiao walked outside as he spoke. Now that the matter here was resolved, there was nothing to linger on. It was best to stop the Beast Emperor's ambitions as soon as possible. Ling Xiao had personally witnessed the terrifying effects of the heart of the strong. If even the geniuses of Heaven's Wall City were bewitched and ate the heart of the strong, then this war would become even more difficult. Fortunately, the heart of the strong required the departed spirit fruit tree to produce. As long as the departed spirit fruit tree was destroyed, it would be fine. On the way, Ling Xiao's expression was gloomy the entire time. Thinking about the situation in the chaotic sand ocean, he didn't feel good. Those martial artists in the chaotic sand ocean were barely able to regain their original consciousness. But it was different this time. Once they turned into departed spirit monsters, they had to listen to Lotus Flower's orders. They couldn't disobey at all. At that time, who knew how many people would lose their parents? The most terrifying thing was that many people would be killed by their parents. It was simply a tragedy. He swore that he would do his best to prevent this from happening, although the Savage Beast region wasn't a part of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire yet. But it would be sooner or later. Even if it was for his own people, he couldn't be careless. When he arrived at the Beast Emperor Palace, Ling Xiao received an unexpected piece of news. Little Gold was missing. This made Ling Xiao's expression turn even colder, to say something inappropriate, although he valued the lives of ordinary people. Even if those people had billions of lives, they couldn't compare to Little Gold's life. Little Gold was his buddy, a brother, a comrade who had gone through life and death with him. In the Beast Emperor Palace, those beast martial artists were in awe of Ling Xiao. News of what happened in the Eternal Palace had already spread here. This wasn't something the Beast Emperor could control at all. Beast martial artists had always worshipped the strong. Ling Xiao could defeat the powerful Eternal Emperor at the age of 19. They naturally worshipped Ling Xiao. More importantly, Ling Xiao was their Prince Jin's good buddy. They respected and loved him even more. It seemed like these people's support for Little Gold was even greater than their support for the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor and the other supreme Beast Kings weren't in the Beast Emperor Palace. An ordinary Beast King, a 4th-level divine body, realm beast clan expert, told him what happened. Come and read. Chapter 49-23. It turned out that the Beast Emperor was trying to spread the hearts of the strong in the Beast Emperor Palace. In the end, Xiao Jin happened to return, and the two sides engaged in a great battle. Xiao Jin, the Rainbow Snake King, and the Platinum Tiger King escaped with injuries. His whereabouts were still unknown. More than half of the experts that the Beast Emperor had nurtured using the heart of the strong were killed by them. The rest followed the Beast Emperor to the Wind Wolf Kingdom. "Do you know the situation in the Wind Wolf Kingdom?" Ling Xiao asked. "The situation is somewhat troublesome." That person shook his head and said, "Our beast Imperial Palace's intelligence system is not crippled yet. That was why there was news not long ago. Currently, nearly a quarter of the Wind Wolf Kingdom's territory had been infected by the undead fruit tree. Tens of millions of people were affected by the disaster. And this range was still expanding. Since the Beast Emperor has taken away a large number of the Beast Imperial Palace's experts, we have no way to fight back. He had already contacted the Divine Dragon Palace. The Divine Dragon Palace Master, Long Chun, led the experts of the Divine Dragon Palace to the rescue. However, we still haven't found the undead fruit tree. Over 10 million people. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This Beast Emperor really didn't care about his people. In order to climb up the big tree that was the lotus flower, they would even cheat their own people. "Your Majesty, you're the only one who can stop this now. If there's anything we can help with, just let us know. We'll do our best," said the Beast King at the 4th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. "How about this? I'm not too familiar with the Beast Imperial Palace, so take me to the Wind Wolf Nation. As for the others, they will be divided into 3 groups. They will follow my Supreme God body, the Supreme Demon body, and the Supreme Emperor body." He had to control the situation first. After arriving at the Wind Wolf country, he first found the infected area of the undead fruit tree and set up a formation near the warning line. Stop the infection from spreading. Understand? Understood. As a human warrior, Ling Xiao had come to help the Beast clan. How could they not obey his orders? After all, this concerned the life and death of the beasts. Before the profound world had split, both the human race and the beast race were considered part of the human race. There's no time to lose. Let's take action now. Ling Xiao released his 3 avatars. Instead of splitting into 4 groups, they headed towards the Wind Wolf country. Ling Xiao knew very well that Lotus Flower was the main culprit of this disaster. It was also the source. The best way was to find the Lotus Flower and kill him. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao did not have the confidence to kill Lotus Flower with his current strength. Moreover, Lotus Flower was very cunning. If he wanted to hide, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for others to find him. This matter could not be rushed. He had already sent people to infiltrate the undead. There was also Yu Chen's information. Sooner or later, they would be able to lock onto Lotus Flower's true location. Now, his main mission was to first destroy the undead fruit trees in the Wind Wolf Kingdom to prevent the undead army's strength from continuing to increase. Ling Xiao was very clear that in the eyes of the undead, humans were food. Therefore, there was no pity or sympathy for them at all. Only by killing the undead could the humans of the 4 domains and 9 worlds be saved. However, there was a problem now. Could the humans infected by the undead fruit tree recover? Although Yu Chen said that this process was irreversible, Ling Xiao wouldn't give up without trying. Unlike the warriors who had eaten the heart of a powerhouse, these people had become undead under passive circumstances. Ling Xiao really wanted to save them. Even if he wasn't the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire, he couldn't tolerate such a tragedy. He had to think of a way. Maybe I can give it a try. After he came out of the teleportation array, Yu Fanghua suddenly said, "You have a way." Ling Xiao said happily, "It might not be effective, but in the power of the Moon Lady that I awakened, I feel that there is a way to remove the curse. Don't expect too much. I'm just trying." Yu Fanghua said, "It will definitely work." Yu Fanghua's words reminded Ling Xiao of what the Moon Lady had said before. 100,000 years ago, the undead race had actually appeared in the mystic world. It was very similar to what Lotus Flower was doing now. At that time, many people were also infected. It was the Moon Lady and one of the 12 immortals, Yu Hua Tian, who created the moon of compassion and saved these people. Therefore, this matter should be true. The problem was that Ling Xiao didn't know how much of the Moon Lady's power Yu Fanghua had awakened. He could only do his best and leave it to fate. The exit of the teleportation array was very close to the infected area. After coming out, an evil and fishy aura floated over from that area, making people feel very disgusted. Let's set up the array first. Ling Xiao took out the materials that he had prepared long ago. With the help of the Beast Emperor Palace's martial artists, he set up a defensive line that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. It connected with the array set up by the other three, forming a powerful defense. The more people there were, the more power there was. If Ling Xiao were to complete this task alone, who knew how long he would have to work on it? At that time, even if the array formation was completed, there would be hundreds of millions of people who would die. At that time, the human world would truly become a purgatory. Thinking about the chaotic sand sea, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with killing intent. Those bastards who took the initiative to swallow the heart of the strong. He had to kill them. First, he would kill the Beast Emperor and the Supreme Beast King that followed him. He wanted the people of the 4 regions and 9 realms to understand that there was only one result for swallowing the heart of the strong, and that was death. You guys stay here and guard against the spirits of the dead. With the help of the array, it should be relatively easy. However, you have to be very careful. Ling Xiao gave the order to the martial artists of the Beast Emperor Palace. He didn't want these people to follow him. Once they entered the core of the infected area, it would be more troublesome if they stayed together. The incident in the chaotic sand sea last time had given him experience. When it came to destroying the dead spirit fruit tree, it was best for the top experts to act together. Others wouldn't be able to help much. When they arrived at the area closest to the infected area, the martial artists of the Beast Emperor Palace were still fighting to the death. They were facing the spirits of the dead, who had completely lost their minds and become ferocious and terrifying. They were very brave. However, every time they killed a person, their tears would wet their clothes. Many of these monsters were their former comrades, relatives, and friends. At this moment, they had to cut off the heads of these people. This was the only way to stop the spirits of the dead from continuing their activities. These spirits of the dead, who were below the divine body realm, would be unable to fight after their heads were removed. Although they wouldn't die, they would lose their ability to fight. The reason why they weren't completely killed was because the people still hoped that these people could return to normal. The moment Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum stepped into the infected area, they could smell a strong stench in the air. This should be the stench emitted by the dead spirit fruit tree. To think that Yu Chen actually said that this thing was the fragrance of flowers. This was really too much. At the very least, Ling Xiao had never seen such a fishy flower fragrance before. This thing wasn't just stinky. It also had the terrifying effect of polluting one's soul. /3 /3 Xiao Shu net // M mobile phone terminal Sansang Siashwang. Chapter 49:24. In the face of this terrible stench, many warriors could not resist the invasion of the evil energy. They gradually turned into undead and became extremely ferocious. And there were no other thoughts in their minds. The only thought was to eat people. These undead were all different in color: white, gray, black, and blood red. At present, there were only these 4 colors, but Ling Xiao was still not sure what they meant. Fanghua, try it first. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua and said, he really could not bear to see so many people die like this. Although they had turned into undead, it was not voluntary. If they could be saved, that would be the best. Okay. Yu Fanghua nodded, and a bright moon appeared behind her. She was like a fairy from the Moon Palace. The bright moonlight shone on the infected area. Wherever the moonlight touched, the black fog would scatter and retreat. The stench in the air also quickly receded. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao showed a hint of joy. And this was not the end. Within the range of the moonlight, the black, gray, and white undead gradually changed. The aura of death on their bodies gradually faded. They returned to their human appearance. Only the blood-red undead did not change at all, but it was also frightened by the moonlight and fled in all directions. It really works. I didn't expect Fanghua to be the nemesis of these undead. Ling Xiao laughed. I'm just saving people. I'm afraid it's still you who has to deal with these undead. Yu Fanghua knew very well that the blood-red undead were afraid of the moonlight only because of their weak strength. If they encountered a powerful undead, it would not have much effect at all. But it should still be possible to save people. But why is the blood-red undead not afraid? His strength is not as strong as the other undead. Cold Plum asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and analyzed and compared the 4 types of undead. He came up with an analysis that was very close to the correct answer. Before the blood-red undead transformed, they were extremely vicious villains. Such an undead had completely sold themselves to the power of evil. They never expected to be free, because turning into such a monster would make them stronger. You can do evil better. There's no point in saving such a person, Cold Plum said. Not bad. Ling Xiao nodded as he looked at the rescued humans. This place is not far from the warning zone, and the stench is no longer present on the way here. So hurry over there. Thank you, God. Although these people had become undead, their memories remained. After being saved by Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua, they had already regarded these two as gods in their hearts. Xiao, what should we do next? Yu Fanghua asked. Do you want me to stay and rescue these people? No need. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, with just your strength alone, you'll be exhausted to death. Listen to me. Destroy the undead fruit tree first. I will set up a large formation and think of a way to expand your power. This way, the majority of the people could be saved. Let's follow this order. The first task now is to find the undead fruit tree. Master, perhaps I can find the exact location of the undead fruit tree. Cold Plum suddenly spoke. You? Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Master, you know that my ancient war tree martial soul can allow me to communicate with plants. There's a large forest here, as well as flowers and plants. I should be able to help, but I'll need Master to protect me. Cold Plum said. Of course. Let's begin immediately. Ling Xiao nodded and stood near Cold Plum with Yu Fanghua as Cold Plum searched for the undead fruit tree. Evil auras continuously attempted to invade. They were all dispersed by Yu Fanghua's moonlight. As for the undead monsters that tried to sneak up on them, they were all destroyed by Ling Xiao. Most of them were not killed, as there was still a chance to turn back. As for the blood-red undead, they were all killed. Although Ling Xiao was not a saint, he was still full of kindness deep in his heart. Under the circumstances, he would not harm himself or the people around him. He would try his best to save as many people as possible. Found it. Cold Plum recalled her ancient war tree martial soul, and then flew into the sky. Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua followed closely behind. The 3 of them flew for about an hour before they finally saw traces of the enemy. Moreover, the enemy seemed to be fighting with someone. It's Long Chun, the Platinum Tiger King, and the Rainbow Snake King. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught a familiar aura. It was these 3 people who were fighting with the undead. Quickly go and help. Ling Xiao immediately transformed into the terrifying hell undying bird. Blazing flames descended to the ground. The undead monsters that were attacking Long Chun and the two beast kings hurriedly chose to retreat. Big brother! Long Chun was overjoyed when he saw the hell-undying bird. He did not expect Ling Xiao to reach the savage beast region so quickly. The Platinum Tiger King and the Rainbow Snake King were also overjoyed. The two of them were clearly injured. If Ling Xiao and the rest had come a little later, the three of them would have died here today. The three of them had already transformed into their beast forms. Golden Giant Dragon, Platinum Tiger, and Rainbow Snake. They had completely unleashed their combat power. However, they still had a headache when facing the enemy. Their enemies were hundreds of divine body fourth level experts who had devoured the hearts of powerhouses. They were all divine body fifth level undead experts now. Moreover, these monsters had an even more powerful commander. This person was Yang Fan. No matter how strong these three were, they would naturally be at a disadvantage when facing a large number of divine body fifth level undead experts and Yang Fan. Yang Fan frowned when he saw Ling Xiao. You're really like a ghost that won't go away. Who's the one who tipped you off? He had already guessed that there was a spy in his team, but it was not so easy to guess who it was. You talk too much. Ling Xiao ignored Yang Fan. He flapped his wings, and intense flames smashed over like a wave. They surged into the group of monsters. With just a single strike, he had already killed dozens of fifth-level divine, physique echelon undead experts. One must know that Ling Xiao's current state was the strongest beast god body below, the merged physique. Back then, this beast god body defeated the Eternal Emperor who did not devour the hearts of powerhouses. Dealing with these divine body fifth level trash was as easy as flipping his hand. Your Majesty, you're really brave. The Rainbow Snake King, Platinum Tiger King, and Long Chun returned to their human forms and swallowed healing pills to heal their injuries. Ling Xiao's arrival made them very confident. War storm. After Ling Xiao's attack, Cold Plum's attack suddenly erupted. The frenzied ancient war tree took the lives of dozens of undead experts. In addition, Long Chun and the rest had killed dozens of them previously. There were not many experts left on the other side. Retreat. Yang Fan saw that the situation was not good. He knew that they would lose if this continued, so he immediately ordered a retreat. Fupin Chinese. Chapter 49-25. Yang Fan was the first to turn into an afterimage and break through the air. The remaining dozen or so undead experts also fled in panic. The crisis was resolved in an instant. Ling Xiao and the others wanted to chase after them, but they no longer had the chance because the surroundings were occupied by a large number of ordinary undead. These undead were not all killed. It was really troublesome. Saving people was indeed much harder than killing people. Master, leave it to me. Cold Plum smiled and released the ancient war tree martial soul. She controlled the surrounding plants to attack the undead. The vines tightly bound most of the undead, making them unable to move. The rest were all blood-red undead. They were all killed by Ling Xiao. One had to admit that Cold Plum's ability was really useful. Is the undead fruit tree nearby? Ling Xiao turned around and asked Long Chun. It should be. We searched for a long time before we determined the approximate location. It seems that you already know the specific coordinates. Long Chun smiled. Yes, Cold Plum can communicate with plants. This is a great help to us. Ling Xiao nodded. But why didn't you kill those undead earlier? Why did you bind them? Isn't that troublesome? Long Chun asked, puzzled. They can still be saved. We'll talk about the details later. Platinum Tiger King, Rainbow Snake King, why isn't Xiao Jin with you? After Ling Xiao learned that Xiao Jin was missing, he was very worried. Although Xiao Jin was very powerful now, the opponents he faced were not weak. We're not sure either. After leaving the Beast Palace, Golden Prince went to chase after the Beast Emperor, but there's still no news. The Platinum Tiger King sighed. I hope he's fine. Otherwise, I'll definitely skin the Beast Emperor alive. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Although he was very anxious, he also understood that it was useless to be anxious now. For now, it was better to deal with the matter at hand. Xiao Jin was not so easy to kill. Let's go together to the undead fruit tree. Cold Plum, lead the way. Ling Xiao believed that if he found the Beast Emperor, he would definitely be able to find Xiao Jin. Thus, the group continued forward. Ling Xiao was now the strongest existence in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, even in the Savage Beast region. Now that the Beast Emperor had pledged allegiance to the Lotus Flower, the beast's hopes rested on Ling Xiao and the others. Neither the Platinum Tiger King nor the Rainbow Snake King would disobey Ling Xiao's orders. After everyone left, it didn't take long for them to discover that the dense black fog in front of them had actually formed a huge barrier. Within the barrier, there were 7 gigantic undead fruit trees. At this time, the fruit tree had already bloomed. There wasn't much time left before the results were out. He could even see some petals falling to the ground and growing into small fruits. This speed was much faster than he had imagined. I'll destroy this barrier. You guys be on guard against any incoming attacks. Since the undead fruit tree was guarded by the Beast Emperor, he and the other Supreme Beast Kings must be here. You must be careful. Shrink the battlefield, and don't let them be defeated one by one. Ling Xiao reminded. Yes, sir. Among the martial artists here, only Ling Xiao was proficient in formations and barriers. Thus, he was the only one who could destroy this barrier. The others would be in charge of the battle. Fortunately, the martial artists here were all experts, so he didn't have to worry too much. Before he could finish speaking, trouble had already arrived. This barrier was the key to protecting the undead fruit trees. Naturally, the lotus flower wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. In an instant, dozens of experts appeared in the sky. 17 of them were the 5th level Divine Body Realm experts who had escaped with Yang Fan. The remaining 6 were the Yama that the lotus flower had first created. The strength of the 6th level Divine Body Realm experts varied, but the strongest had already reached the peak of the 6th level Divine Body Realm. The weakest was at the early stage of the 6th level Divine Body Realm. Apart from them, Yang Fan showed up again. However, the puzzling thing was that the Beast Emperor and the 4 Supreme Beast Kings were nowhere to be seen. Beast God Body. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and instantly entered the Beast God Body of the Ox Demon. His tall and mighty figure held the Void God's sword in his hand as if he was a god. He released a terrifying aura that made Yang Fan furrow his brows. At the same time, he released 36 primordial blood jade talismans to envelop the barrier. This would be the key to breaking the barrier. However, he reckoned that the other party wouldn't allow him to destroy the barrier so easily. After all, the other party had more people, so it would be troublesome to deal with them. Longchen, you're in charge of crippling the 17th level Divine Body Realm Undead. Platinum Tiger King, Rainbow Snake King, the 2 of you work together to hold back the weakest Yama. Funk, Cold Plum, each of you can handle 2 Yama, right? Ling Xiao started to give out orders. Excellent distribution could make the battle much easier. Long Chun had already shot into the sky. His terrifying dragon aura completely enveloped the 17th level Divine Body Realm undead monsters, making it impossible for them to escape. Then, the Platinum Tiger King and Rainbow Snake King also transformed into a huge tiger and a huge snake to fight the 6th level Divine Body Realm Yama. After that, Yu Fenghua shot into the sky and covered the two Yama with her moonlight. I'll definitely complete the mission. Cold Plum didn't waste any time and kept the other two Yama busy. Only one of the 6 Yama was left, and he was also the most powerful one. The other one was Yang Fan. Yang Fan, we're really fated. Today is the 3rd time we've met. You managed to escape the first 2 times. This time, don't even think about escaping. Martial Soul Barrier. In order to prevent Yang Fan from escaping again, Ling Xiao directly released the Martial Soul Barrier. This way, unless Yang Fan killed him, he wouldn't be able to leave. Looks like you're really courting death. Yang Fan's eyes shone with a ferocious light. That day, when he saw Ling Xiao kill the Wilderness Martial Emperor, he admitted that he was indeed a little scared. However, he just received news that Ling Xiao's 3 Supreme's body was actually carrying out a mission outside. In other words, the Ling Xiao before him couldn't possibly use the fusion body. To him, this was the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Even Lotus Flower doesn't dare say that he can kill me. You're really confident. Ling Xiao laughed sarcastically. Then he released 6 corpse ghosts to control the primordial blood jade talisman to destroy the black barrier. With the help of a Yuan Venerate, it wouldn't be a problem at all. His next task was to focus on the battle. He had to kill the Yama and Yang Fan. It was obvious that the Yama who had followed Lotus Flower initially couldn't satisfy the needs of Lotus Flower. As Ling Xiao continued to grow stronger, as a few geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 realms rose, the former Yama of the 10 halls gradually withdrew from the stage. The reason Lotus Flower wanted to revive the Wilderness Martial Emperor was because he wanted to replace them with the 10 great demon lords and the Wilderness Martial Emperor. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. However, Ling Xiao didn't believe that Lotus Flower would give up just like that. That guy was an ambitious person, and his ability was also extremely strong. Even the Beast Emperor and the Eternal Emperor could be bewitched. Others probably couldn't resist this kind of bewitchment. Chapter 49:26. Of course, it was useless to think too much. Right now, it was better to defeat the enemy in front of him first. Unable to fuse, Ling Xiao was actually at a clear disadvantage. But this was also good. Only under this kind of battle could his strength break through again. To him, battle was a challenge, but at the same time, it was also a form of training. Every time he defeated an enemy, he would have some gains. This time, of course, he could not waste it. His right hand gripped the Void God sword tightly. His left hand was wearing the hand of eternal life. Ling Xiao began to circulate his divine essence, aiming at that Yama. In this state, killing the strongest Yama was still no problem. Therefore, he had to deal with this guy and then fight Yang Fan one-on-one. This way, his chances would also be greater. Yang Fan, I'll kill you first, so that you won't always escape. Ling Xiao's Void God sword was aimed at Yang Fan. Lightly stepping on the ground, his body suddenly broke through the air. The biting cold wind sounded in Yang Fan's ears. He discovered that a few of his hair had been cut off by that terrifying sword intent. Facing such a Ling Xiao, how could he dare to underestimate him? He was fully prepared for battle, and that Yama had already moved to the side, preparing to take advantage of Ling Xiao and Yang Fan's battle to suddenly attack and kill Ling Xiao. Do it! Yang Fan blocked Ling Xiao's attack. The Void God sword was blocked by the weapon in his hand, unable to continue forward. At this time, Ling Xiao also stopped. Yang Fan roared. Yama finally attacked, grabbing fiercely at Ling Xiao's head from the side. In that instant, Yang Fan clearly felt that something was wrong. He originally thought that it was an illusion, but when he looked up, Ling Xiao, this guy, was actually laughing. What are you laughing at? Yang Fan was puzzled. Ling Xiao naturally could not answer. No, don't come over. His target is you. Yang Fan was not an idiot. Although he was a little slow, he still quickly thought of Ling Xiao's strategy. It was the simplest way to create a diversion. On the surface, it was to attack him, but in reality, it was to attract that Yama to attack. In that case, Yama wouldn't be able to escape. What's there to be afraid of? Do you think he can kill me instantly? After all, King Yanluo was the #1 King Yanluo of Hell, the former #1 expert under Lotus Flower. Although his strength wasn't that great now, but he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was impossible for him to stop even if he wanted to. With his speed, if he were to stop now, he would instead expose all of his weaknesses to Ling Xiao. They could only wait for death. Therefore, his only choice was to continue attacking. Good timing. A ruthless killing intent flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. Qingyi immediately unleashed his void-shattering finger, void creation against himself, and the first King Yanluo. Seeing the two of them disappear from his sight, Yang Fan could do nothing about it. The next moment, a shriveled corpse was thrown out. Ling Xiao also stepped out of the void. Hee, now that the hindrance has been taken care of, let's fight one-on-one. Ling Xiao smiled. After absorbing the first King Yanluo, the god-defying Taoye's strength continued to increase. Now, it had reached the advanced 6th level of the divine physique echelon. You're really confident. Since that's the case, then so be it. Yang Fan knew that this battle was inevitable, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, after thinking about it, how could Ling Xiao be his opponent without the help of the fused physique? Therefore, not only was he not afraid, but he was also very confident. Within those eyes, a cold black light flashed, and a pitch-black flame burned. It was very strange. This guy dared to betray the Yellow Emperor, Bai Yi, and was still safe and sound. Naturally, he was really capable. Without the fused physique, it would be really difficult for Ling Xiao to kill him. The beast god physique is indeed terrifying, and your martial arts are also very exquisite. Being able to kill the first king, Yanluo, alone has shown your strength. However, without the fused physique, you are not qualified to fight with me at all. This time, you have seriously miscalculated. Looking at Ling Xiao, Yang Fan sneered. His voice was full of strong confidence and arrogance. He had turned around and fled when he saw Ling Xiao 3 times in a row, which was also a blow to his self-esteem. But it didn't matter now. He wanted to regain his lost dignity, his lost confidence. He wanted to completely kill Ling Xiao. Ha! You undead are very arrogant and have a powerful mouth. But I hope that your strength is as powerful as your mouth. Don't waste my expectations. Ling Xiao sneered. On the Void God sword, the terrifying sword intent condensed again. It became stronger than before. In Yang Fan's eyes, Ling Xiao's sword seemed to have merged with his body. In front of him was a sword, a divine sword that seemed to be able to tear him apart at any time. Your momentum is not bad, but is it a bluff, or do you really have such strength? Kill. Yang Fan didn't talk nonsense, and in an instant, he had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He directly punched out with both fists. His fists were surrounded by black flames. On his fingers, there was a ring engraved with flames. At first glance, one could tell that it was an emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. Void God, art 5-word style. Ling Xiao didn't dare to hold back. At this moment, his strength was inferior to his opponent, so he had to go all out to have a chance of defeating his opponent. The sharp light that contained the terrifying sword intent pierced through the air. It turned into 5 terrifying sword lights. Boom! A terrifying collision sound was heard. Sword chi and wind were everywhere. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and his body was directly sent flying. He hit the edge of the martial soul barrier. As expected, I'm still stronger. Although your beast god body is powerful, it was also easily defeated by me, who is the one with a strong mouth but weak strength. You can't even block one of my attacks, and you want to kill me? Don't you think it's funny? After defeating Ling Xiao with one attack, Yang Fan became even more arrogant and conceited. Are you very proud? At the end of the day, you're in the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, and I'm in the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. However, I'm inferior to you in a head-on battle. What's so strange about that? It's a pity that a battle isn't a head-on battle, but a battle with brains. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I'm going to be serious now. Be careful. To Ling Xiao, a battle was definitely not a stupid head-on clash. Otherwise, why would a martial artist learn movement techniques and martial techniques? It was to use various techniques in a battle. Especially when facing an opponent who was stronger than oneself, one should pay more attention to the application of techniques. Otherwise, it would be too stupid. Come at me if you can. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yang Fan arrogantly hooked his finger at Ling Xiao, looking completely disdainful. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the martial soul barrier. At that moment, Yang Fan tensed up. His muscles tightened, and his soul also reached a state of high tension. Void-shattering finger, transcend the void. In the next moment, a voice came from the void. Yang Fan heard the voice, and when he was about to dodge, a finger force had already pierced his forehead. It burned a deep, bloody scar there. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4927. Although the first level of the void-shattering finger was weaker than the last 2 levels, it was still faster than the first level. It was faster than the first level. It could be said that the enemy had already been hit when the attack was launched. Even Yang Fan, who was in the early 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, couldn't withstand it. Haha, what about now? You said you defeated me with one move, and I admit it. But now I've injured you with one move, and I'm completely unharmed. What do you say? Ling Xiao looked at Yang Fan mockingly. When facing such an opponent, the first thing to do was to make him lose his composure, make him unable to think calmly. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. Yang Fan touched the wound on his forehead. It hurts. It hurts so much. Although the injury wasn't serious, it embarrassed him. I admit that your beast god body is qualified to fight with me, but that's all. You can't use such a move continuously, right? Also, it can't hurt my foundation. The real battle has just begun. I'll make you realize the huge gap between you and me. As he spoke, Yang Fan rubbed his hands as if he was rolling balls. A spiral-shaped flame spun between his hands, as if it was a turntable made of flames. The black flame was filled with the aura of death that could destroy everything. It was cold and murderous. Boom. Yang Fan clapped his hands together. The turntable-like flame instantly turned into 13 hideous skulls. Every single one of them was extremely ferocious and was completely formed by black flames. It was filled with the aura of death. Bone Devil Black Flame. The martial artists outside the martial spirit barrier could feel the terrifying aura of the flame, especially the few Yama kings who were familiar with Yang Fan. They were really surprised. They didn't expect Yang Fan to use the Bone Devil Black Flame to deal with Ling Xiao. It could be seen that he was serious about this. However, was Ling Xiao really that powerful? Interesting power, but you can't defeat me with this. Ling Xiao said coldly and activated the sun god's blood formation. He used the 2nd level of the bloody rat demon. The beast god power turned blood red. His combat power increased tenfold. in the state of the beast god body. A tenfold increase in combat power was not a small number. At the same time, Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye was operating at full speed. He could clearly sense the destructive aura contained within the 13 black flame skeletons. But he was fearless. The void god sword in his hand emitted the ferocious roar of a Tao Tai. The aura of a divine beast was released and collided with the destructive aura outside the martial spirit barrier. A fierce battle was going on. People could clearly feel the destructive and domineering aura coming from the martial spirit barrier. Interesting, you actually have such a trick up your sleeve. However, this should be your last resort, right? In this state, you barely qualify to take a few of my moves. But it was still very boring. You who don't have a fused body are really uninteresting. Although Yang Fan had been injured before, it was only a very light injury. After using the Bone Devil Black Flame, he seemed to be even more arrogant. You really think too highly of yourself. Ling Xiao mocked. Even now, do you still think that I'm only qualified to take a few moves from you? What a laughable frog in a well. Humph, who's the frog in the well? You'll soon know who's the frog in the well. I'll kill you with this move. Yang Fan snorted and spoke in a cold and murderous voice. Bone, Devil Black Flame, Nirvana Flame. As his voice rang out, the black flames on his body transformed into sinister skulls that flew toward Ling Xiao. Each one was filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. They wanted to completely annihilate the space Ling Xiao was in. Shards of ice appeared around the skulls because of the eerie coldness. Ling Xiao gripped the void god sword tightly in his right hand. He clenched his left fist. In order to contend against Yang Fan, he had to take full advantage of his advantages. Demonic Ox Fist. He punched out with his left hand first. A huge fist smashed into the space in front of him. The black skulls shattered one after another. They were reduced to nothingness. In the next moment, Ling Zhao's right hand attacked as well. Using the Void God art, the 5 sword flashes merged into one and stabbed toward Yang Fan's body. Yang Fan frowned. The 13 skulls behind him unleashed terrifying flames, forming a tight defense around Yang Fan. The terrifying flames blocked all external forces from entering. Even the air was burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. When the Void God art descended, the 13 skulls condensed into a huge skull. It blocked Ling Zhao's Void God art. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, your sword can't break through my defense. Yang Fan looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. Everything is within my expectations. You're probably at your wits' end now, aren't you? Why don't you give up and face death calmly? Perhaps I'll give you a chance to die peacefully. Ling Zhao's eyes shone with unswerving determination. It had to be said that Yang Fan's defense was truly terrifying. The Void God sword was blocked by the huge skull, and he couldn't draw any energy from the skull. It seemed that Lotus Flower had already told Yang Fan about the Void God sword's effects, and Yang Fan had made some preparations. Ling Xiao was indeed in trouble today, but he didn't panic at all. His expression was still calm, and his cold eyes were still emitting a cold aura. His lips curled into a cold smile. Can I break through your defense? I don't think there's such a thing in this world. Otherwise, what's the point of having a miracle? As soon as his cold voice fell, a pitch-black universe suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. He finally released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. In that instant, the Void God sword's aura surged. The powerful aura instantly suppressed Yang Fan. What? Yang Fan looked in shock at this strange martial soul he had never seen before, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He finally started to panic. Crack! In the next moment, there was a crisp sound. A huge crack appeared on the huge black skull, and Yang Fan's expression changed. Break for me! Ling Xiao roared, and the Void God's sword wrapped in the terrifying power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. It instantly pierced through the huge black skull, and then it stabbed towards Yang Fan. There was nothing that could stop it. Yang Fan's heart trembled as he frantically retreated, his expression extremely ugly. Just a moment ago, he was still arrogant, thinking that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to break through his defense. But now, the defense that he thought was invincible shattered. It was pierced through by Ling Xiao's sword. Facing this lightning-fast sword, Yang Fan realized that he couldn't dodge at all. The only thing he could do was retreat as he frantically gathered his divine essence. The black flames turned into small skulls that constantly smashed towards Ling Xiao, trying to block Ling Xiao's sword. Chapter 49:28. Rumble. Continuous explosions were heard. How could those little black skeletons block Ling Xiao's god-defying art? They shattered one after another in the collision, erupting with terrifying sounds. A destructive aura filled the entire martial soul barrier. Chi. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's god-defying sword pierced through Yang Fan's body. The Dharma treasures on his body shattered. Fresh blood gushed out from his body. It was a ghastly sight. However, Ling Xiao didn't gain much of an advantage with this attack. There were many bruises on his body from the countless little skeletons. In terms of injuries, he wasn't much better than Yang Fan. Fortunately, he was able to fight Yang Fan to a draw despite being a weakling. Following the collision of Yang Fan's black skeletons, the energy in his cultivation sea that had stagnated for a long time began to rise again. Finally, it rose from 0 to 10%. If he broke through this time, his cultivation would reach the 4th level of the divine body realm. At that time, his chances of winning against a martial artist at the 7th level of the divine body realm would be very high even if he relied on his own body. Unlike now, when he fought with Yang Fan, his chances of winning weren't very high. As expected, it was too difficult to defeat a martial artist at the 7th level of the divine body realm without the fusion body, even for Yang Fan, who was only at the early stage of the 7th level of the divine body realm. Even for Yang Fan, who increased his strength by consuming the heart of a powerhouse, he was also very difficult to defeat. After a moment of chaos, Yang Fan's wounds gradually healed. However, this also consumed a large amount of his divine essence and stamina. When martial artists fought, it was a battle of divine essence and stamina. This was crucial. Yang Fan raised his head again and looked at Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to be able to do this without the fusion body. It seems like I've underestimated you before. Now, you're qualified for me to fight with my full strength. I won't be merciful from now on. Hearing Yang Fan's words, a mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. You're really shameless. You're already injured to this extent. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Isn't it laughable? Ever since Yang Fan found out that he couldn't use the fused body, he had been extremely arrogant. Things had already turned out this way, yet he was still speaking as if he had been giving in to Ling Xiao all this while. How shameless! You can choose not to believe me, but you will soon understand what I mean. Yang Fan smiled faintly. The black flames all over his body began to boil again. Rolling, the terrifying flames soared hundreds of meters high, but there was no heat in the surroundings. Some of them were cold and sinister. Martial soul fusion. Any martial soul could fuse with a martial artist's body, but generally speaking, it was easier to fuse with animal-type martial souls. Next was the weapon-type martial soul. The most difficult one was probably the elemental martial soul. After all, it was incompatible with the physical body of a martial artist. Martial artists who could fuse elemental martial souls were generally rare geniuses. Yang Fan was naturally no exception. As his voice rang out, the soaring flames suddenly retracted back into his body. Following that, Yang Fan's skin turned completely black. Strange runes appeared on the surface of the sword. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura burst out from this guy's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao even had an illusion. Yang Fan was no longer a human or an undead. Instead, he had turned into a ball of flames that could burn and destroy everything. This aura seemed to be constantly increasing. In the end, it grew to the mid-stage of the 7th-level divine body realm. Low-level combat power became intermediate-level combat power, which was at least a 10-fold increase. Is this your trump card? You are indeed powerful. No wonder you could become Lotus Flower's disciple. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent and was a little surprised. After fusing with the black flames, Yang Fan's cultivation level didn't just increase. Including speed, explosive power, and defense, all aspects increased at the same time. He became even harder to deal with. One had to know that Yang Fan, who was at the low level of the 7th-level divine body realm, basically suppressed Ling Xiao in terms of strength. Now, it became intermediate-level combat power that was 10 times stronger. It was even more overwhelming. Did Ling Xiao have any other way to deal with it? Now, do you still think you have half a chance of winning? Yang Fan looked down at Ling Xiao condescendingly and sneered. I have to say, you made me use an immature martial soul fusion. You should be proud of yourself. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have made an enemy of me. The outcome of making an enemy of me is death. This won't change at all. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He couldn't tell what he was thinking. At this moment, he suddenly moved. He instantly closed in on Yang Fan and stabbed out with the Void God sword in his right hand. Haha, do you think you can still hurt me with the same move? What a joke. Yang Fan laughed in disdain. He raised his right hand gently, and black flames condensed into a wall of fire. In his opinion, this wall of fire could easily block Ling Xiao's attack. In fact, it was so. However, Yang Fan didn't know that Ling Xiao had a preliminary understanding of the spatial and temporal laws. A strange scene suddenly appeared. Ling Xiao's sword clearly stabbed at the wall of fire, but it was as if it didn't exist in the same space. The wall of fire actually didn't resist this sword at all. The Void God sword easily pierced through the wall of fire. It stabbed at Yang Fan's head. An incomparably powerful killing intent bloomed in an instant and completely fell on Yang Fan's body. What's going on? Yang Fan miscalculated. At that moment, he hurriedly began to not save him. His hands danced wildly, and a destructive power smashed towards Ling Xiao. He wanted to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Attack Ling Xiao to make Ling Xiao give up attacking him. He believed that if Ling Xiao insisted on exchanging blows with him, the final winner would definitely be him and not Ling Xiao. Void God Art Level 6, 6-word stance. After repeated use, the first 5 levels had all been promoted to greater mastery. Ling Xiao had comprehended an even more powerful 6-word stance. Even if this 6-word stance had just been initiated, its power was 10 times stronger than the 5-word stance's perfection. He hadn't used it all this time because he was waiting for an opportunity, and this was a very good opportunity. Although Yang Fan used martial soul fusion, he seemed to have underestimated his opponent. The 6 sword lights instantly fused into one and pierced Yang Fan's head. It was simply unstoppable. At that moment, Yang Fan was in complete disbelief. After his strength increased greatly, he was even more certain that he would be the winner of this battle. Ling Xiao couldn't hurt him at all, let alone win. But at this moment, his head was pierced. The sword chi was approaching his soul realm. Get lost. Yang Fan's choice at this moment was considered smart. A terrifying howl, that belonged to a wild beast erupted from his throat. His hands suddenly bombarded Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao didn't retreat. He was very determined to exchange blows with Yang Fan. Yang Fan's fists hit Ling Xiao and sent Ling Xiao flying. The Void God sword was also pulled out of Yang Fan's head. Chapter 49-29. Yang Fan's head was pierced by Ling Xiao's sword. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Yang Fan wailed in pain. Uffed. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't feel good either. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt that several of his ribs were broken. If he wasn't a divine body realm expert and didn't have an extremely strong physical body, he would have really died if he took Yang Fan's attack head-on. He swallowed a healing pill. Ling Xiao stood there and hurriedly healed his injuries. His recovery ability was already close to that of the undead race. Therefore, in this aspect, he wasn't inferior to Yang Fan at all. At the same time, the wound on Yang Fan's head also healed. However, his soul was also injured because of this, and his divine essence and stamina were depleted by nearly a third. This was simply terrible. Yang Fan didn't think about this. At this moment, he was in a deranged state, completely furious to the extreme. "I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you." When he was in his strongest state, Ling Xiao actually almost killed him with a single strike. Not only did this make him extremely fearful, but it also made him extremely embarrassed. The furious Yang Fan pounced towards Ling Xiao crazily. However, Ling Xiao had a victorious smile on his face. "You've already lost." Facing the furious Yang Fan, Ling Xiao seemed very relaxed. In the few crucial exchanges, he actually had the upper hand. Yang Fan didn't unleash his powerful combat strength at all, especially the instant martial soul fusion. It was actually destroyed by Ling Xiao's trick. Not only was his stamina and divine essence greatly depleted, but his soul was also injured. In his current situation, it was impossible for him to be Ling Xiao's match. Don't forget, there was still the bloodthirsty rat plague that was constantly weakening Yang Fan. As a result, Yang Fan's current strength wasn't even half of what it was at the beginning of the battle. "I didn't lose." Amidst his furious roar, Yang Fan and Ling Xiao's bodies crossed each other. In the next moment, Yang Fan fell to the ground. A smear of red appeared between his eyebrows. This time, Ling Xiao's sword really pierced Yang Fan's soul realm. If Yang Fan wanted to continue living, there was absolutely no chance of that happening. In order to completely eliminate any future problems, Ling Xiao used the Void God sword to suck Yang Fan dry. The God-defying Tao Tai had leveled up again and reached the peak of the 6th level divine physique stage. In the future, he would have a powerful battle pet to help him. As the God-defying Tao Tai became stronger, the God-defying sword also became stronger. Although the dragon pattern had not increased yet, it was still the same. However, he could clearly feel that both the lethality and the terrifying deterrence had become much stronger. Removing the martial spirit barrier, Ling Xiao coldly looked at the sky. "Lotus flower, as long as I, Ling Xiao, am still alive, I will not allow you to harm the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Just wait. Soon, very soon, I will come and find you. We still have a debt to settle between us." The battle with Yang Fan had increased his cultivation sea's energy by 30%. Although he was still far from breaking through, he was not in a hurry. There were still many enemies, enough for him to make another breakthrough. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the other battles. Long Chun had unleashed his invincible might. Out of the 17 5th level divine physique stage undead powerhouses, only 2 or 3 were left. The battle was almost over. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum had each killed an opponent and now had a huge advantage. It shouldn't be long before the battle ended. The Platinum Tiger King and the Rainbow Snake King did not disappoint either. The two of them worked together and injured the weakest Yama. The battle was about to end. Ling Xiao relaxed and began to pay attention to the destruction of the dark barrier. At that moment, boom, with a loud bang, the dark barrier finally shattered under the combined efforts of the six ghouls and Yuan Venerates. The moment the dark barrier shattered, the remaining Yama and undead warriors fled frantically. They tried to escape from everyone's attack range. In that instant, their speed became extremely fast. Ling Xiao immediately raised the Void God's sword and released 6 sword lights. The remaining Yama and undead warriors were all shattered. However, he was not very sure whether they were dead or not. This was because the fragments of the explosion were actually absorbed by 4 of the undead fruit trees. He could clearly feel that the 4 undead fruit trees seemed to have gained intelligence at that moment. They actually emitted an extremely terrifying murderous aura. It was completely different from the other 3 undead fruit trees. Everyone, be careful. The Beast Emperor has not shown himself yet. It is very likely that he will launch a sneak attack. Don't let your guard down. Leave these undead fruit trees to me. You guys are in charge of guarding. Ling Xiao would never give up on being calm at any time. Sometimes, the closer one was to success, the easier it was to fail. He did not want to waste all his previous efforts because of a moment of carelessness. Longchen, Yufanghua, Cold Plum, the Rainbow Snake King, and the Platinum Tiger King nodded their heads. They were vigilant of any changes in their surroundings. This was because they trusted Ling Xiao. Not only was Ling Xiao powerful, but his judgment had never been wrong. If he said there might be danger, there would definitely be danger. If the Beast Emperor and the 4 Supreme Beast Kings that followed him had all swallowed the hearts of powerhouses, they would definitely be very powerful. Moreover, since they were in charge of guarding the undead fruit trees, it was impossible for them not to appear. Ling Xiao walked toward the 7 undead fruit trees with the Void God's sword in hand. His plan was very simple. He would first destroy the 3 ordinary undead fruit trees. Then, he would deal with the 4 mutated undead fruit trees. Destroy. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and the Void God's sword in his hand pierced through one of the undead fruit trees. A large amount of energy from the undead fruit tree surged into the Void God's sword. Although this thing did not have much combat power, its energy was really terrifying. It was at least equivalent to the total amount of divine essence of a peak 6th level divine body realm martial artist. Next, in the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao destroyed the first undead fruit tree in less than a second. In an instant, the second undead fruit tree was also sucked dry. Ling Xiao's target was the 3rd undead fruit tree. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. A huge black bear descended from the sky. Its target was Yufanghua and Cold Plum. This guy was over 100 meters tall. If its huge bear paw were to stomp down, no one would be able to withstand it. Beast Emperor. At that moment, the Rainbow Snake King and Platinum Tiger King sensed a familiar aura from the other party. Although this aura was terrifyingly evil, it was definitely the Beast Emperor. It was just as Ling Xiao expected. The Beast Emperor actually launched a sudden attack at this moment. If they were not prepared, they would definitely be flustered right now. They might not even be able to unleash the strength that they were supposed to unleash. However, Ling Xiao had reminded everyone to be careful. Therefore, they were always on guard. Although they didn't know why the Beast Emperor targeted you, Fanghua and Lung Mei, they didn't know why. However, this was something that they did not need to think about. It was enough to know that the Beast Emperor was an enemy. At this moment, Ling Xiao was destroying the 3rd undead fruit tree. The Beast Emperor chose a good time. At this moment, No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, he would not be able to rush over to save them. Actually, he did not know that Ling Xiao did not need to rush over at all.